All right, we are back. Finally, somehow, through all these horrible, fun tech issues we've had today, we are back for the finals of Faction Wars. We're gonna try and go through this somewhat quickly, as it is going to be a long day, as we have quite a bit of games today. Like if we look at the brackets real quick, we see that we are currently going to watch the first two semifinals, and then of course move on to the greatest games. Hopefully, we'll see today the finals. And as you can see at the top, the semifinals will be played in a best of 5 format. With, as far as I understand it, the winners that transitioned from the winners bracket are starting basically up a point. Neb, is that correct?
Yeah, so if people remember from past tournaments, we would do the same thing, but we would do it for the grand finals. So if you have a double elimination bracket, there's teams that are going to be undefeated in the finals, or in our case, the semifinals. And it's just a way to make that fair if you go from double elimination to single elimination, and one of the teams in the double elimination went undefeated, but one of the teams lost a point in the double elimination, then it just makes sense to give the undefeated team an advantage because they did better in the tournament. But I wanted to do it for the semifinals instead of the grand finals, just so that the grand finals are as competitive as possible, I think. So we kind of have it feels like we have almost 2 grand final matches already.
Kinda, yeah.
Right here. So it's going to be a crazy day.
So if we look on screen, you can see which teams are starting up a point. Casual Newbies and Pro, as they did succeed through the winners bracket, are going to be starting up a point, and we're going to quickly go into the maps, picks, and bans as these players are waiting. They have actually, shockingly, already done their picks and bans. We just get to read them out to you. I know, crazy. These guys are fast. We've never seen before. So if we are ready, VDB, okay, our wonderful Figma user today, our first ban for the day, by starting with Pro, was they banned Gas Bag. Following that, what was it? I Will Meow banned Desolation. I know, believe me, the name. Pro then banning Incandescence, followed by a pick of Canis by I Will Meow. Pro picks Theta. And then I Will Meow picked Pools of Illis. Pro then follows up with a ban on Aurelia, which I believe then I Will Meow banned Prismatic? Yes, banned Prismatic. And then, shockingly, absolutely shockingly, we're ending up with an FTL game.
Way.
An FTL game,
no way.
If it goes all the way. Which, nobody would have expected this. I didn't expect it.
Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna. I don't know. Look, after Alpha Cup trauma, who knows? Who knows?
Yeah. We're gonna see some crazy strategies if we get there.
Yeah.
Something kind of interesting. If you look at all their picks, the picks all have very similar map layouts.
Yeah. Well, it is looking like the players are good to go. I believe for this one we have Neb and Zephyr are our 2 casters for this game. Hopefully, we are ready to go with that one, as the players are definitely ready to go. So
yeah, we're already hopping into a game.
Yeah, already jumping in.
Nice.
There's Zephyr.
All right, well.
Zephyr is one of the Legion devs. He does mostly modeling, right? Do you do I guess you do unit design, balance work, kind of. You help Zekris or Zekris with that, right?
Yeah, so I do help with some of the balancing, especially in the vehicle lab more so than the bots, but as well as the T3s. So this has been Faction Wars has been really a treasure trove of information and data. And I mean, truth be told, Zekris and I were already discussing last night, and we are already ready to go with a couple of balance changes that are going to go out this week in the run up to Nation Wars.
Do you want to reveal those, I guess, at some point, or are you keeping those close to the belt?
Let's let's keep the info under wraps until it's ready, because I don't want to
Yeah.
promise something that we don't really want to do. But for now,
Yeah.
let's take a look at the game for now. We'll
Yes,
see what
of
we have in
course.
the moment.
There's already a pretty interesting difference in the start positions, with Inda Club starting much further forward than anyone else on I Will Meow's team. I Will Meow was doing this like every game on Canis 2, where they would kind of like walk here, and then Classic would walk up here.
Right.
So I'm not like too surprised by their start, but I feel like I don't know what they could be planning with Inda Club going here. It looks like some kind of a tick rush, actually.
Yeah, that's interesting that, Inda Club is so far forward, but, he's the one who's actually setting up the lab. That's going to be quite a dangerous position if I Will Meow moves up close to that bridge. If that lab goes down, it's going to be quite a bit of a loss for the blue team.
Yeah, I would be kind of surprised if this is like a permanent solution. It seems like they're mostly just using it to get out ticks and then pawns. And then it looks like Andy actually is going to build a Cortex vehicle lab of his own. This is honestly a build that we see both teams do it, although it looks like I Will Meow is going for 2 delayed labs. I kind of prefer the early single lab that you boost and then a delayed second lab on this map, because like right now I Will Meow has no units to really respond. Like Vic is obviously pumping out ticks of his own, but
yeah, and they've both gone for more of a pincer maneuver, a dual kind of raid on Meow as well as Vic. So that's going to be a little difficult to deal with, but at the very least, Vic has some troops out at the moment to kind of combat that, but Meow not so much. And we already got pawns being sent out by Inda Club, so that's going to be even more difficult to deal with.
Yeah, pawns are so hard hitting right now, and they're honestly like fairly tanky compared to the other T1 rating options. So they're very hard to deal with, and it looks like they're going to get insane value. I think honestly one of the biggest mistakes that I Will Meow already made is just having Meowcat Meow build mexes before a lab. I think it makes a lot of sense in this format to have one commander just go immediately for the lab, and because you can just funnel resources to that commander, and just like as we see, you just have so many more units out. Like there's no good response that the red team has.
Indeed. Inda Club getting a lot of value out of Classic as well, because the LLT cannot actually fire at the ticks behind the windmills, so that's unfortunate.
Yeah, and this is like the energy for the whole team too, it's not one of the dangers of co-op is, of course, like your whole team is relying on everyone.
Yeah, once the cash cow goes down, it's a little difficult to come back in the economy race. But as we see now, Inda Club here at the moment bringing in a whole host of pawns to land another assault on Vic, but Vic does get an LT up just in time.
Yeah.
I've got a bunch of wheelies, which we all know and love. We've seen plenty of them, but you defend one end and your behind gets attacked as well. As it is when it comes to these games. Vic's having a pretty hard time. Pro is keeping up the pressure and not letting up for a single moment on I Will Meow at this point. And
I mean, 16 pawns is a very scary mass of units. Like
it is.
Helios are a good option to deal with them, though. I think when Helios are in numbers, they kind of, the heat ray almost gives them a kind of AoE. It's obviously not exactly AoE, but because the heat ray has that like sustain, then groups of units, if they're moving around, end up being like hit more by it, I guess, if that makes sense.
Yeah, 100%. Although the Helios are are significantly slower than pawns, I would say.
Yeah.
So, especially with that amount of pawns, you're going to need an equal amount of Helios, I would say, to get a good trade in. But at the moment, we have a pretty big pawn and Helios clash. So let's see if Inda Club does anything. It seems that nope, Inda Club is. Oh, I guess he missed micro there a little bit. Left them alone to micromanage his eco for a second, but you know how it is. You look away for 1 second and half your army's gone.
That's like, but you know, that's supposed to be one of the advantages of this format is if you're a front player, like, you know, mistakes like that, they can be deadly, and like you can avoid them a lot easier when you're playing front and having all of your units shared to you. But I guess because Inda Club still has that lab of his own, he's still needing to micro a little bit, or macro a little bit, I mean.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of macro, I mean, the map control by Pro here is absolutely, you know, it's beautiful to see. For us, probably not great for Owl Meow when they review the replay.
Yeah, they're kind of like, they've been contained to this, while blue team, you know, has been pretty free to... Oh, I mean, actually, I misdrew that. They've been expanding even, you know, almost to there.
Yeah, Meow's done a good job. Meow's done a good job pushing into Florio's territory, but now, as, you know, Inda Club moves into a raid on Slick, like Vic, as well as... Oh, it seems like he's just doing a complete run by. Oh, that LLT, self-D did not go out in time. But at
those are hard
least,
to time, like, really hard to time.
Yeah. We see in the other side, Florio is chased Meow all the way back across the river, so you know, Florio's just said, this, you know, my territory, so stay out of it, with a whole bunch of incisors.
Yeah. Honestly, seeing a commander pushed back by just 6 incisors is a little bit not a sight you see super often, because usually, I mean, commanders, you can just threaten the incisors with a D gun, and they generally don't push it commanders back. So I'm not sure what happened there.
This is gonna be a tough loss. Yeah, that Dragon's Jaw did not come out in time, but it does at the very least. Oh no. Because of the line of sight, it just couldn't shoot that one last incisor. One more shot would have taken it down. As more incisors go in and tear through Meow's base, this is going to be a bit of a difficult, very difficult to counter from. Helios are pretty decent against incisors, but if they can't catch them, then you know, no damage done. Meow just not having a good day today.
Yeah, I feel like it's got to be nerves. You know, this is the first game of the day. I don't know if this team was necessarily even expecting to get into the semifinals. I mean, they're a very strong team, don't get me wrong, and I just feel like their nerves are showing a little bit right now.
Yeah, they have been dealing with near constant pressure, and I mean, speaking of pressure, we've got a wall of incisors and pawns up against an army, and much less in metal value. It's going to be difficult for Classic to deal with.
There is not a commander in position to respond to this.
This might be nigh unstoppable. Depends on how Meow responds to this, but this might be game here.
Yeah, at the very least, this is gonna take out Slick's base, and it looks like that's like half of their production, you know. So, wow, incisors are unrelenting.
They really are. It's like a great cyan wave right now that's just washing over Meow, and then going straight into Classic's territory, which is gonna be even worse.
Wow, they just like carved a hole directly down the middle of the red team.
It seems that... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, Inda Club is like, it seems like he's really been the focal point of this match. Like he's spending, he's getting a lot of the units to micro.
Yeah, maybe he just maybe he had a nice drink of Red Bull and was like, "All right, I'm ready for micro today. Just give
I'm
me everything
locked
you got."
in.
I mean, as you can see, Randy's no slouch either. You know, as soon as they've noticed, pro teams notice that they're bringing out mosquitoes, they immediately go into air, start sending out a decently sized amount of fighters to take them out. So, yeah, I was kind of stuck. Yeah,
You know,
something without being able to do anything with those mosquitoes. Go ahead.
Something interesting is that the blue team has only used their Legion commander to expand, and taking those 0.5 or T 0.5 mexes that Legion has. You know, the
Yes.
I don't know what the proper term you would prefer to use for them is, but you know, they produce 80% metal. And I feel like a lot of teams have not thought to do that because they assume that the metal extractors are worse, but the energy that you get from them is actually really good. So it's just interesting that the pro team has chosen to do that. I feel like it's really lended itself to the very aggro build that they did.
Yeah, I do agree in that regard as well. I mean, every single mechs that you build with every single Legion mechs, or you get, I call it an energy mechs in some ways. That's a free windmill right there.
That's a good word for it, yeah.
Or you know, your free windmill mechs, you could say. And those, it means the Flurrier doesn't have to scale up or spend as much energy as, say, Classic on, you know, scaling up energy casually. It's just you claim mexes, you get energy as well. Why not?
Yeah, and then you can either go into it gives you a nice tempo advantage, so that hopefully you can turn into an advantage that's either like teching or getting the double metal extractors that you have. So
yeah, speaking of, I mean, as you can see, both teams have gone into T2. I mean, Randy's gone into T2 a lot earlier though in the Cortex Vehicle Lab, and is already upgrading mexes. Slick, like Vic, has kind of moved up.
Yeah, you kind of see the pro team. It was definitely, I think, a game-winning push from Inda, but it seems like they're using that to just get a unbeatable advantage instead of trying to just go straight for the kill, which is probably the more like measured response, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
Why risk you know, throwing your advantage by going straight for the commanders in T1 when you can just transition into T2 and be so far ahead that there's nothing they can do.
Yeah, there's always a trade-off when you go all in and try to end a match quickly, because if you can't actually do the ending the match part, you know, you're kind of caught over your pants down. And then you have to start playing catch up with the other team who suddenly has a lot of metal at their doorstep.
Yeah. So we see a hive going down here. We actually saw this hive, like this specific hive, put in this spot on the other side of the river, made a couple of times in the main stage. It's pretty interesting.
It does have a ridiculously large engagement range for the drones to kind of take advantage of. And I think that part of the river is one of the most far forward in terms of where you can actually place down buildings. So it does seem to be a really strategically well-defined spot to put something like that. Although I wonder if that's really going to be effective with the amount of fighters that Randy has out on the field.
And light AA too, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. Vic does have some light AA of himself, maybe to chip down the fighters and kind of bait them in. But speaking of baiting people in, we do have some Helios trying to kind of try and poke and prod at Inda Club a little bit. Although I'm not sure if Classic is aware of those Tigers slowly moving into position. And that is going to be a tough time. We've seen multiple times already in Faction Wars that Legion, in of itself, does not fare well against Cortex T2 or even a lot of T2 to be honest. So those
I'm glad that you guys have noticed.
It's a trade-off. I mean, there's always pros and cons, but
of course,
right now, it's mostly just Armada and Cortex dealing with them, with Vic and Classic, and they seem to have just kind of whizzed by that front line and has free reign on those mexes, which is not great.
Those LLTs are basically good at like for nothing right now. They can just be ignored completely.
Yeah, those tigers
Two
have
tigers
scary
here.
amounts of health.
This is ridiculous.
The question is, will Meow respond with, oh, there goes the first Czar firing his shots.
Yeah,
That
okay.
front line is not gonna have a great time for Vic.
I mean, there's gladiators out, but gladiators versus a Czar, I feel like that goes to the Czar.
I do think that goes to the Czar. Rightfully so, the Czar does cost
Yeah,
quite a bit, I would hope
yeah,
so.
no, I don't think
But-
that's like an unfair trade. It's just, gladiators are not meant to be the counter to Czar.
Right, for sure.
They seem to do okay versus individual tigers, though, at least.
Well, it's easy to win, with, maybe 3 Helios and 2 Gladiators against 1 Tiger, right?
True, yeah, true.
Units OP, as we say.
Yeah, more stuff generally beats less stuff.
Okay, so those Dragon's Jaws does stop the Incisor push just for a moment, but they kind of get baited out by that Tsar and get sent into the afterlife, unfortunately. Speaking of, we do have some mosquitoes and some gladiators trying to desperately take down those tigers that are being sent in. I wonder if it will be worth the while to send them in more together. It seems that Inta Club is sending them in one at a time as he gets them.
Yeah.
But I think it's all just a matter of production and scaling. It
Yeah.
seems like Red is on the run. Vic is desperately trying to run away and, gets off a nice couple of D-guns, but
The pro team is looking absolutely dominant this game. This is kind of scary.
it's just kind of scary. And I mean, as soon as Vic's commander goes down, we see Inta Club moving in with all those tigers. We do have a Medusa up, gets his first volley up against that Tsar. It is I guess it's the appropriate unit to use, but only one Medusa versus one Tsar is going to be quite tough, and you see Vic desperately trying to micro it to make sure that
Meow's
he can
gonna get a
actually fire
D-gun
it. Meow does get the really nice D-gun there. And the radar and jammer vehicle too. There goes the info, but it might be a little bit too little too late, especially with those tigers roaming about, doing whatever they please. And, they're getting joined up by even more reinforcements.
The Medusa are like at least gonna hold that tiger ball off, but
Those gladiators are kind of lunch for those tigers, though, and so might be Classic's commander, even although he is cloaked, so it's a little not as bad.
But
course,
Randy
the
definitely knows that it's there.
Exactly. And if the radar dots match up, then it might be it's a bad time for Classic.
Oh no. Pinpointers would be good here.
Pinpointers would be fantastic, but I'm not sure if Randy wants to invest into them at the moment. He's already got a anti-nuke and a fusion going up at the moment, which is...
Oh my gosh.
And he already has an AGO up too. This is just pure economic, powerhouse right there.
Yeah, this is a completely different team than what we saw in the qualifiers from the pro team. They are so scary right now.
It seems that they've really, since the qualifiers and over the main stage yesterday, they've really kind of become more accustomed to the tempo of how these 3v3s are generally playing out.
Yeah, absolutely.
We do see that... Oh, go ahead.
I think there was initial shock with Legion being involved, but then it seems like they've adapted and found the strong units that Legion can't deal with.
Which is just tanks.
Yeah.
T2 tanks.
Yeah.
We do have T2 bombers being made by Randy at the moment, and we also have Phoenixes being made by Meow. So it seems like no matter what's going on, even without knowledge of each other, Meow and Randy are trying to essentially mirror each other in terms of where they're going. And of course, strategies do coalesce into a general, sort of what's the word? They
Meta?
coalesce. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could say that they kind of coalesce into a meta, but this is I didn't quite expect for both of them to go T2 at the same time, both of them to go heavy bombers at the same time.
It is kind of just the logical, like, how do you close out a game? T2 air generally is a good way to do it. All it takes is 2 Helios to kill an AGO, so...
You mean Phoenixes?
Phoenix, yes. I'm sorry. I misspoke.
So it's going to be interesting to see. They're both kind of doing a yin-yang formation with Florio going directly for the jugular on Meow's base and...
oh my gosh.
Vic controlling the bombers. Oh, there goes the Geo and the entirety of Meow's base, but unfortunately those Phoenixes do not connect.
Zephyr, look at the arc that single Phoenix left. Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness, that is definitely weird. Those heat ray bombers do need some extra work, but of course, we'll get that done before Legion goes official, and that is game 1.
Course, yeah.
Game 1 to pro. Well done to them. That was quite a high intensity match, and
wow.
Although I feel bad for Owl Meow for having to deal with that, aggression from minute 1 all the way to, the last second.
Yeah,
the team wins in this case.
The no mechs, no energy tick rush is a tough tick and pawn rush, I guess. We did see pawns too. That's gonna be tough for any players to deal with. Yeah, it is Theta. A little bit of a confusion, but yeah, it's gonna be Theta.
Yeah, I think Randy's brain needed a second to restart after that match. He was definitely, he was fully in eco mode.
I feel like that game we didn't even really get to see Legion units do that much.
It's okay. I mean, this is supposed to be faction wars, right? Not just Legion wars. So it's fine. I'm honestly fine. I'm glad I got to see. We got to see a little bit more classic Armada Cortex action there. I mean, Legion was there, but they were just there.
Yeah, Legion had its part, but it wasn't like totally dominant, which I hope that can calm the worries of some players who have been expressing that they think Legion is going to be, like take over the game or whatever. I think it's fitting in really well, and we've seen a lot more Armada and Cortex T2.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem that, as folks have continued playing these games, they've started to realize that, where Legion's pain points are. And they realize that Legion's pain points are where the bread and butter of Armada and Cortex live. So that, I think, has kind of led them to basically kind of be reassured that, hey, if we just play the game like we usually normally do, in terms of Armada and Cortex, we follow the standard procedure of T2 teching, co-oping as needed, of course, as much as people might have an issue with that. Pumping out T2 units to take fronts, attack back lines. It just all works against Legion, and I mean, hopefully so. Yeah. They are still in VAR. They're not exactly coming from a different game or anything.
Yeah. I see in the chat people are kind of talking about co-op and how co-op has been so dominant in this tournament, and I love it. I think it's a really nice pace for the game, so I think we'll see. I feel like Theta Crystals, though, like Canis, Theta Crystals are both maps that support co-op, but you still want 2 labs. Like, having 1 lab is just too restrictive for the size of the map.
Yeah, and I do agree on that front. I mean, even if you have just 1 lab, I mean, just the fact, especially for Theta Crystals with the 2 different types of terrain that just, cut across the middle, the flats and the hills, just one type of lab, I feel like, is kind of hampering yourself as a team. If you have bots, they can cross the hills, but they can't, cross the plains fast enough.
Yeah.
Vehicles, they can't cross the hills well enough. So
yeah, it's almost like there's two arenas that you have to worry about. You have here and here.
Yeah, for sure.
And,
that's exciting to see. And when you have more variety, turns out it makes for better games.
But I think the interesting thing is like the way that co-op is right now. Even when you have a single player doing all the macro, you still see a lot of variety, and I think the variety just hasn't been explored because this is the first tournament where we see this level of co-op, where basically teams are collaborating, balancing their macro all together, and they're treating the entire team's economy as a single economy. And I think that's something that started around like OS 3, because the team that won just did it and crushed everyone. So I think it's developing, and I think
Sorry, for those unaware, OS 5 means Omega Series 5, not Open Skill 5.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
These guys haven't been.
Series
I don't think
3.
these guys are ever Open Skill 5, to be honest. The folks we have here.
But Omega Series was our 5v5, and that's when I think co-op really started to people realized how dominant it is. And I think when you play on one of these teams and kind of see that just because one player is doing all the macro doesn't mean that the micro players are any less important. It's just like an even higher level of teamwork, in my opinion, that we're seeing. So like right now we do see 2 labs though.
At the very least from I Will Meow, but Pro is still sticking with just 1 lab with, Randy going with vehicles, obviously, on the plane side. But Vic has gone bots, Armada bots specifically, which is going to be something interesting. Armada bots has been in a weird spot lately on a macro scale, especially with the Hounds kind of losing their previous levels of effectiveness, as a lot of people in the community perceive. But we will see how that goes. It's interesting how Pro has Florio once again being the ego of the team, or the techer, you could say. I both, to be honest.
I actually like to see. I really do think the Legion energy mechs is being slept on a little bit. It gives you really nice tempo. It's interesting how the Pro team has kind of chosen to just like wall off this side.
Yeah. We do see kind of a similar story as what happened last time, with Pro team kind of, running all around the place inside Meow's territory, generally just being as much of a pest as possible.
Yeah.
And it does actually do a lot in terms of, psychological warfare and not just regular, mech sniping. Because then you have to devote so much APM to ensure that, a random wheelie isn't coming behind you.
But even the thing is, like, Florio has been able to capture these mexes, which the team I Will Meow has not been able to, and the blue team currently, it looks like, has a bit of a metal lead because of it.
Yeah, it does seem like Classic is playing extremely conservatively here, almost like a 1v1 start with all the solars and then the well-placed LLT to ensure that that entire spot can be defended in one go. I feel like he's kind of learned from the last game and decided, it's worth it to pay the LLT tax this time.
I think this is just kind of revealing of the flaw, flaw in, I guess, the red team's strategy, which is that, like, you shouldn't need these 2 LLTs because your APM should be free to micro, Like, I think it's just, this is slowing the red team down, and it's unfortunate.
Oh, that wheelie was just underneath the hitbox of that mech there. The LLT couldn't see it. That was a very nice mech snipe there.
Yeah, just slotting into the profile of the mechs is always
So we do have Alaris out on the field, which we didn't see last game much, if at all. So that's going to be interesting to see how they fare up against the Incisors. There is a lot more incisors than Alars, but the Alars are faster, so we'll see if they can slip by. Do have Vic coming by and, making sure to take out some of Florio's production over there with just the one pawn. We have Randy walking very far forward, being very brave. He's like, all right, that one Mex, I don't want to see it in my vision anymore. Meow sets up a couple of LLTs, but now he has to send his Helios back to catch those incisors, which just got by thanks to Inda Club. And Inda Club and Randy both walking their mech comms really, really far forward. That is dangerous for sure, but it could pay off really well.
Yeah, we see kind of a bit of a yin and yang going on, except it seems like the blue team is going even more in on this side while Vic has kind of marched forward, but he's not really going to find that much yet. In order to do serious damage, he has to move all the way over here, so...
Oh no, those incisors got caught on a bad hill.
My gosh. Inda Club is all the way into the red team base. This
is interesting for sure.
I don't know if
this is going to be worth it though.
Yeah, this is kind of a throw. This is a big donation. Helios are really good at killing commanders.
Yeah, I mean, if he just moves right in...
Oh no, yeah, he gets in range. They didn't kill him fast.
He didn't quite kill the lab. That would have been great if he did. Took out a good amount of those Helios too, but that was an interesting move for sure. I mean, I can't obviously... Oh, there goes... It seems like he tried to do a commander trade, but also decided against it.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Oh, okay, he's going in for that commander trade.
Okay, Florio self-deezes calm, yeah.
The self-D didn't quite go off, but it doesn't matter. That explosion would have taken him out anyway, so this is a very, very volatile game right now.
Yeah. Both teams kind of...
incisors back. Oh, sorry, continue.
I was just going to say, both teams are going for this, like, all-in on different sides. It's crazy.
Yeah, I feel like we're the aggression that we were seeing from Pro last game has kind of, we're seeing that level of aggression in both teams right now. We've got, units strewn all across the field. We've got Pro units in Meow territory, Meow units in Pro territory. It's it's hard to kind of keep track here.
Yeah, and like there's incisors here, but they can't really fight uphill against the thugs without taking huge losses, so...
Ooh, that's gonna be tough. Vic's lab is idle, and his eco's taken a huge hit from those incisors. We've got another incisor going up top, although I think he's gonna die to that LLT. Then we've got more Helios down on the south that is going to get repelled back quite easily by Inda Club. But then we just have a flood of incisors on both over the hills and on the flats right now, and it's tough to deal with.
Yeah, this is paralyzers. Oh my gosh, Shuriken are out.
That is a really inspired play there. I know. Of course, Shurikens are very, very strong as it is, but side grading into that at the time that they did has been very much a power play right there.
Yeah. This has got to be defeating for the red team, who, if they lose this game, they are out of the finals.
Oh man, that their entire base right now is just completely paralyzed. They can't really do much. They don't even have the build power to sort of build AA fast. There goes the resign.
They're done. That's it for I Will Meow Pro.
They fought really well. They really did decide to go a bit more aggressive this match, and I feel like, I don't know if it was more effective than before. I mean, obviously the match ended quite quickly, but it definitely made for a very nice show for the audience here. I'm sure they enjoyed the back and forth there quite a bit.
Wow, that was
that was
kind of rough.
Oh my gosh,
that was a quick set. I did not expect Pro has been like hiding, I guess. I don't know.
Dude, I know. It's like Pro is a completely different team.
I mean, that was just...
They've really come into their own.
Yeah.
They finally locked in.
That was definitely a pretty dominant showing from Pro. So I think with that, you know, somebody eventually will update this bracket. I promise you.
Let's update that,
Yeah.
right now.
But with that is one of our first finalists is now decided. It will be Pro as our one of our finalists. We'll have to see who the other one will be between Casual, Newbies, and Pog, both very strong teams. Of course, you know, whether or not those guys are ready, nobody ever knows. We'll have to see, but...
Wow. Okay,
Oh,
so
Randy.
I will meow. 4th place. They do still win a prize because they placed in the finals, so not a complete defeat for them. They still did insanely well in the tournament. I thought it would be closer, but Pro like is seriously just looking like scary.
I mean, Randy with the quals just about making top 8 and hiding the good stuff is. I mean, it's kind of a good point. You know, they just needed to qualify.
Yeah.
They didn't need to do anything crazy. They just all the fun strats they're holding for today. But
yeah.
All right.
Wow.
Well, let's see if we can find the other guys.
Yeah, we're gonna do Casual Newbies versus Pog now, which I mean that was a game I kind of expected to be the grand final, to be honest. So
Seems like Pro is intent on becoming a dark horse candidate for the finals.
they really are, honestly.
I mean,
So
Pro,
far, even just
you know,
making it this far.
the amount of tournaments at this point, team tournaments at this point that I've seen, that Pro has gotten like to like second place and they just can't quite make it to first has been too high. So part of me is very much so rooting for Randy here, for Pro to finally get the tournament win that they deserve. But
Yeah,
they're gonna have a hard team to fight between either Casual Newbies
Yeah.
or Pog. Both of those teams,
Yeah.
very strong.
very, very strong. Oh my gosh, this is gonna be very fun.
All right, look, let's see how long it takes us to find these guys. As it looks like some of them are in a lobby. The Pog guys are in their own sneaky little lobby, and you know,
Oh yeah, they're practicing.
yeah, they seem to be AFK.
I am gonna go find these people. Also, we need to get Slick in here, because because his team was eliminated, he asked to co-cast. So
Oh, nice.
yeah.
Yeah, it would be nice if you could take over for me since I do have to head out soon. So we'll be doing a nice
Yeah.
switcheroo.
I guess thank you for coming on here, Zephyr, and I hope that there are Legion buffs planned as well as nerfs, and I'm excited to hear what you guys have in mind.
Yeah, for sure. I
yeah.
mean, I can tell you right now that Cluster Plasma might be getting another look, as well as Mosquitoes.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people have been asking. Mosquitoes and Plasma both will get another look for sure. But no more details besides that. No spoilers.
The few times we've seen Cluster already so far in this tournament, all right, it has been like kind of a eye-opening moment. So that is definitely good to hear. That already was a little sad.
Yeah, you could say that.
Yeah.
I mean, what can you do? We try to keep things a little bit conservative in terms of balance.
Look, it's smart.
So
I'm
that
with you.
we can avoid the Legion OP comments. But, you know,
Yeah.
I'm hoping they get they're under control thanks to this tournament. But anyways, thank you guys for having me here.
Yeah.
And I wish the best of luck to the rest of the teams. Still battling it out in semifinals, as well as the teams in the finals. I'll definitely be tuning in for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, for sure.
Coming on and sharing your modeling and design skills with the game at Legion is so cool.
Yeah, it was really nice seeing my models get blown to bits those two matches.
Yeah.
All
I'm
right,
sure
see you
it's
guys.
satisfying.
See you everyone watching.
Well, it looks like they are ready, and we're getting some of the people in here. Oh my god, there's actual hope. Well, Nev, I'm assuming you don't know if Slick can join this channel. If he can't, you know,
Yeah, I was telling him to join in the main Discord. We're just
I'll just drag
getting
him
him
up.
on.
Yeah.
Okay, he needs 1 minute. It sounds like so. Let's see. I guess the players are getting into their games, and while we're waiting, what are you thinking of Legion so far?
I mean, it definitely
LDM.
feels like some units are good, and then a lot of the units
Yeah,
just are not good. Like, or not good, or just
yeah,
have no answer to either arm or chorus tier 2 tanks. Is kind of what it feels like.
yeah.
Uh,
It has more like highly specialized tools, I
yeah,
guess.
and the problem with like the highly specialized tools is like if you only have tools for a certain amount of things, and if you run into something you don't have a tool for, you just don't exist. And it kind of feels like Legion specialized tools have no answer to like Tiger Balls, for example. We just don't see
Yeah,
an answer to that at all in any of these games.
yeah, yeah, definitely.
Like
Um,
even like just like the bulls from Arm with like Starlight pushes, we didn't
yeah,
even seem like Legion had an answer to
even
that.
yeah, but even Cortex struggles to answer that. Like I think there's just always been kind of like a rock paper scissors thing going on. Um, the
Yeah.
thing though that I love about Legion as like a 1v1 player is that the T1 for Legion is like has just outright more depth than the T1 for the other factions. I think just because of the sheer like unit choices that you get.
There are a
So
lot. Yeah, it did seem like there were a lot of like
yeah,
different choices to do. Like especially like looking at like the tank lab. I think is the one that we've seen the most in this tournament.
yeah,
And
yeah, a lot of tanks for sure.
it definitely seems like they have a lot of choices.
And looks like Vic is here.
Oh,
I'm
we got
pulling
nice. How's it going?
Hello, hello.
Like I hope you're ready after that fun set with Pro.
Yeah, these guys really,
Yeah.
really pulled a quick one on us, dude. They have not played like that in any other games we studied.
Yeah, they were playing like so conservative in their other games, and then all of a sudden like they're doing like no mechs tick lab or no mechs tick rush, and it's like how do you even respond to that?
Beats me, dude. Beats me. It's a.
I
We still have the replays to watch, but yeah.
Yeah, I do think something I was saying when commenting is like it seemed like you guys were going for 2 labs at the same time in both of those games, and I was wondering what the thinking was there.
Yeah, I mean, we always go to labs on Theta. We believe that map is best played with 2 labs because, I don't know, it just looks like you get the metal back from expanding quicker, just so many more
Yeah.
mixes to take, and the map just naturally devolves into 2 lanes.
Yeah,
But on Canis, we usually never go 2 labs. We decided to change our strategy versus Pro because we watched the games yesterday and they just did very aggressive starts on Canis with a very forward lab. So we
Yeah.
decided it would just be better if we also have a second lab. Didn't work out, but
yeah. I feel like it could have the 2 labs like can work if you because something like you'll see that your team did was you went for both the labs at the exact same time. And so it was just it was interesting because the pro team did 2 labs, but they staggered it. So they went for one really, really early lab, and then they just delayed their second lab. And it seemed like that gave them the aggressive edge on you guys, where you kind of caught off guard by that.
oh yeah, definitely. Just seeing ticks so early on radar is immediately we were caught off guard. We knew it was like a co-op lab with 2 commanders boosting.
Yeah,
And from that moment on, the only thought was just survive, and we knew that we would be ahead if we survived, but we didn't survive.
Well, it is looking
yeah.
like they're ready for picks and bans. I'm assuming
Yeah.
we have VDB
All
here,
right.
our fun Figma.
Always creeping in the background, mate.
Nice, nice.
There we go.
Oh my god, the way you said that. All right. So let's swap back over. Let's see what we got.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh no, they need to be cleared.
Yeah, well, the first ban, FTL, actually is still correct. I'm a little disappointed we didn't get to see the full set and see FTL, but, maybe there's still hope later on. The second ban from Pog is Gas Bag, followed by a ban by autopilot for Incandescence, which again, another map probably never going to see. The first pick was Pool of Illis by Pog, with a follow-up on a pick on Canis by Casual Newbies. And now we're caught up somewhat. We're waiting for them to do the rest of the picks. I definitely don't think we're gonna see Incandescence after that game yesterday. Nope. We've seen one. I think we're good. I think we're good.
Yeah, maybe we can see it faster than light.
It would be cool.
Oh no, never mind. It's first span. It was first span.
It was first fan. I'm hopeful maybe for the next set. All right, maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe we'll see it once and realize it's just like Incandescence, and we never want to see it again. You know?
Yeah. Imagine that's the deciding game for the finals.
Look, we already kind of had that feeling with seeing it was the deciding game of your guys' like set, and like, okay, imagine FTL being the deciding game, and it already feels like a coin flip map, kind of like, oof. It's a little rough.
It's still though pretty exciting. I'm pretty sure you're supposed to air open on that map, so that's more exciting than the Incandescence coin flip. I think air coin flip is a little bit more fun.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah, FTL is like such a calm transport map.
It definitely
exactly.
is known for that. I think in some circles it is.
Incandescence, I still think it's gonna be like it's iconic for ending the whole Faction Wars main stage with the only game on Incandescence lasting a minute and like 20 seconds.
Like a sub 2-minute game, just like
yeah.
It's just insane.
We got another pick.
Oh, nice pick on Aurelia.
Okay.
We've seen some fun maps or fun games on that map.
Yeah, I think we know what build they're gonna do on Aurelia.
Well, they've been surprising us in the finals. Okay, like everybody kind of was hiding stuff in the qualifiers.
So
a ban on Theta.
Ban on Theta.
That's just kind of
the thing that the pro team has been doing on Aurelia is the same thing they do on Incandescence, not pro, Pog, Team Pog, where they just rush out Nomex Legion Vehicle Lab and get like 5 Decurion.
Sounds familiar.
But I think that it seems like Satyr, the like half thug unit, counters that really hard. So I wonder if we're gonna see like a Satyr ball on Aurelia.
I honestly at this point I'm
Maybe
just assuming everybody's kept their cooked builds very close to the vest for the qualifiers.
Yes.
I'm assuming we're going to be seeing more concrete builds today. Oh, we have one more ban. We'll have to see.
I'm excited to see if we see the Mosquito Open from yesterday make a return.
That was
the game,
cool.
I believe Pro versus Pog.
Yeah.
It's in my mind, this is so hard to counter because it's so easy to close off Aurelia in the early game. Just 2 LLTs on both sides, and you can cook in peace without any scouts meddling in your business.
Yeah, dude, the Mosquitoes are such a cool unit design. I kind of like that they're more viable than the Banshees.
Desolation pick and
They picked Desolation.
Wait, so what was their
Didn't we have another ban?
Yeah, they banned. Well, I guess it's technically a pick because you're just banning one of the 2, so it's like a pick.
Oh, okay. So they're picking Desolation, and what is the one that they're actually banning is Prismatic, I guess. You banned Prismatic. Oh, okay.
Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. Interesting. They picked Pools. We saw Pools banned so much yesterday.
Yeah, which was kind of interesting with how much it was picked in the qualifiers, right? It seemed like a very popular map.
It seems like it was played a lot, so people banned it, and then it was banned a lot, so people picked it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I'm glad we get to see it again. I'm curious to see how people's builds have changed.
Yeah. It seems like Desolation and Canis, though, have been like the 2 consistently popular maps.
I did not expect Desolation. Me
neither.
Not at all.
It has grown on me. I honestly used to be a 1v1 hater of Desolation.
Yeah.
But it's starting to grow on me a little bit more.
Well, it looks like
All
they're getting ready to start. Which means, once again, once this actually goes, if this goes, I will be leaving it to two wonderful casters between Neb and Slick Like Vic. And I'm assuming you guys hopefully hopefully this will be a good set. You know what? I just want to see a good competitive set. There's hope.
I mean, it's gotta be. And if we don't get my fear going into the set is we saw Pog playing with razor thin margins, if you know what I mean. They would play with a position that looks like it's losing in every single way, but they just have a small advantage that they use to win. And it scares me for playing against a team like Casual Newbies, who's just so solid. If you play so risky against them, I don't know. I wonder if they're gonna switch up how they were playing, because yesterday they looked a little shaky.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. Against the super solid style of the Casual Newbies, you have to get an advantage if you start with an aggressive strategy, and it has to be big enough that you outscale with your gains what they will gain with their greed. If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And they're just so good at defending with the minimum possible army value that it's surgical what you have to do to get ahead.
Yeah.
Crazy.
That's what Pog was doing. They would make basically no units and just greed as hard as they could, but they would give up all of the map control. And I just don't think you can't give autopilot map control, because he'll just nuke you. You know,
Not literally, I hope, but yeah.
Yeah.
It's really hard. We tried to do it a couple times. We couldn't pull it off. We couldn't pull off that super fast tier 2. It's really tricky business.
Yeah.
Anyway, we see the blue team quite forward starts. We see Darth Revan starting on the 2 mechs position at the front. Usually, this suggests that a possible aggressive strategy is taking place, because naturally the commander, after taking these 2 walks to this side, and that's only 4 mexes to take, suggests that they're not really looking for a big they're not looking to maximize the metal produced, but rather maximize forward position. We'll see. Kuchi starting on the hill, most likely looking to make some early titles. Title on this map is 20, really good.
Yeah, I feel like when you have unlimited co-op like we do, it kind of makes sense to favor getting an earlier lab, more forward position and more build power, over getting more metal with that 3rd commander, just because you start out with a ton of metal on your team. So I'm not surprised that we're seeing that a lot. What is surprising though is it looks like Kuchi is starting on just to get titles over here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're looking for an early title start.
Yeah.
Really solid. It's 20. It's basically the same as the solar panels, but you get a nice metal discount.
Yeah.
Almost double. On the other side, from Casual Newbies, a little bit more of a standard start, we should say. They're looking to capitalize on the mexes, and their commanders are in positions to walk to the flanks. Obviously, we never know, but this is usually what you do if you want to maximize the metal you earn.
Yeah, and, it is interesting also to see that Casual Newbies is just playing with they have a really stacked roster. They have Sash Core, Autopilot, Zhao, but they also have Chisato or Yanami. So it's interesting that they're choosing to substitute him in this game.
Well, you never know if they had a choice, but yeah.
Oh, true. Yeah. True.
Also, Blowdeer is on blue team technically, but is currently being substituted by Turksy. Otherwise, Team Pog would have a full tournament winner stack.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I didn't realize Sash Corner actually hasn't won a big tournament yet.
Yeah, I'm sure it's on the cards. Really talented player. So we see an instantaneous Legion bot lab from Darth Revan with The first unit being a resurrection bot to suck down on some crystals, get some energy. Then
Yeah,
on the
that
queue we
makes
have
sense.
some conbots in goblins. I always mix those up.
On the other side, we have T2, or sorry, not T2, Armada vehicles coming out. I would not be surprised if they are going to try to rush T2 armed vehicles, though, from this position.
Yeah, most likely. Usually, the T1 vehicle Armada lab is not that great. You kind of are forced to use Blitz for early defense.
Yeah.
Not in the best spot currently, the Blitz, but you take that sacrifice because later you make the T2 Armada vehicle lab, which is absolutely fantastic at the moment.
Yeah. This build is really awesome from Darth Revan, though, who's gone for the lab, no energy, and is getting 3 con turrets. They're focusing all of their build power onto the Legion bot lab, which I personally find that strategy to be very exciting. I think that the Legion bot lab really gives you a lot of options to get some early tempo. But I do think we have kind of seen in the tournament, like, Legion seems to struggle still. So I wonder if they'll be able to get a nice advantage from the bot lab, or if they'll be kind of on the back foot.
Yeah, definitely exciting. Sadly, the goblins really struggle against light laser towers, and that's usually what you want to make sure you can get through if you're going against the greedy team, because that's all they have, LLTs.
Yeah.
Would love to see
True.
if they get some Phobos online.
I think it looks like they're going to just go invest in Satyr, which I think makes a lot of sense. Satyr are so good, and you can have massive balls of them, and I think per metal they have more damage actually than thugs, so...
Yeah.
Look-
We see them marching towards the center right now with their mighty 51 speed.
They are slow. That is one of their issues.
A rover from Zhao has made it onto the north flank, and has managed to snipe a little mix. This is really tough because the Legion bot lab doesn't really have anything that chases down rovers, but it looks like they're going to lose it.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to be, like, goblins you have to have in position to defend. They are really good at defending if they can catch the units that they're trying to defend against, and that's where it's important. But we have
if you mess
Janice
up-
actually coming out.
Yeah, and also Darth Raven switched to vehicles, and we're seeing Helios come out now on repeat from that lab, going towards the center. Looks like it's a very huge commitment on aggression. And as I say that, they put down an air lab, so we're gonna see some heavy transports being queued up. Very interesting.
Yeah. Oh, are they? Huh. I guess going for some commander plays. I do really love the style of Darth Revan of, like, high aggression, low eco in T1. I think he does this a lot. It didn't work out for him very well in Alpha Cup, unfortunately, but maybe eventually he'll figure out how to get it to work.
Yeah, definitely really exciting. Switching to an Armada bot lab right now. I'm gonna make quick prediction and say that these heavy transports are gonna be dropping commanders on the other side of the map. Probably Pog predicting that casual newbies are gonna go for a fast tier 2 lab.
Oh,
and
they have the timing too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
2 commanders flying away now. Absolutely no air or no fighters in the air for casual newbies.
Sash
lab
has a
is-
single light AA down.
Yeah, exactly. So, but they can just fly around them. If only Janice could shoot up like the Banisher.
Yeah, imagine. Oh, some light AA is gonna go up in their base, but it looks like they're gonna get the T2 lab down in time. Are they gonna be able to get units out though? Going straight for 2 shredders.
Yep.
Oh, no.
Shredders can only force the heavy transports
Hopefully
to
they
drop
land.
early.
They need to land.
Yeah, the Shredder's gonna
Land,
force
land,
them to
land.
land a little bit early. But
Yeah.
you still need some units on the ground to make sure that the commander doesn't make it through. And the first commander explodes.
Second one goes down. Oh my gosh, that's such a huge throw.
That's GG, I think.
Yeah, that's game over. There's no winning that. They just
should be game over.
donated 2 commanders to a T2 lab.
Yeah, absolutely no value gained. Tier 2 Armada vehicles goes down now for blue team, but they're behind on time and on 2.5k metal.
Looks
in
like
commander.
Sashkorn is gonna be kind of taunting the other team right now. This is looking horrible for the Team Pog.
What an explosive start. to
Yeah.
CS.
I just like, I'm kind of speechless, you know, like what is Pog, does Pog have any way of coming back right now?
I mean, I think it is TM's. I'm sorry, Casual Newbies' game to lose at this point. They have to make a big mistake somewhere, either in the macro or feed a significant amount of units somewhere. But they definitely have to make a massive mistake
Yeah,
to lose this game.
It looks like Darth Revan is just going to be ecoing. They do have their T2 mexes up first, but they don't really have a lot of energy to pay for it.
Yep. Also interesting to see if any of the teams will be going for that AGO on the flank. It's in a risky position, but obviously
Yeah.
extremely rewarding.
Yeah. Intentionally placed there to be, you know, high risk, high reward.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's a really nice touch.
Oh, they do go right for the AGO, building it with 3 consoles and a advanced vehicle. That is going to be Team Casual Newbies.
Yeah.
They're actually getting it up before they get any mexes, whereas I think Pog is kind of forced to go for that for the mexes sooner, just because they have less map control.
The AGO gets scouted by that one Noctua flying over their base. But I'm not sure if there's anything Pog can do at this moment to capitalize on that information.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that I also even forgot about is by throwing those 2 commanders, Pog is now down to just a single commander.
Yeah, exactly. They have to be extremely careful not to lose them. Every D-gun is extremely risky. You basically only have to use it if you are in danger of losing a lot. Yeah, very tricky position to play from.
What's crazy? Sorry.
I was going to say Zhao is in command of a bull in the north flank and is currently pushing. All there is to stop him is 3 Helios.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if we can do some good damage. Also, the blue team opting to go for a Geo because they don't have map control of where the advanced geothermal would go. So they're paying quite a premium for their energy. One more aspect in which they're going to be behind.
Oh yeah, they do get that. They do have the titles, so maybe I don't know if that really gives them like will help to balance it, but
It's some help, but
yeah,
they're still paying like 2,000 something metal more for 1,000 energy. Yeah.
And now Jaguars are going through the middle.
Yep. At the
Man,
same time, we see an air lab go down.
Yeah, if they had just been like seconds earlier with the Comtrans, it would have been a much better position for them, but
Yeah, I think so as well. It didn't really look like Casual Newbies had anything to stop the commanders once they were on the ground. I think if Kuchi was to drop maybe a little bit early, he would have been able to walk with at least one of them and secure that lab D-gun.
yeah.
Some Jaguars make it into the base of Darth Revan, not gonna find a lot of damage, just some winds go down, I believe.
Yeah, Revan does have bulls out now.
Yeah, I think this is really where the damage lies, is forcing your opponent to make units instead of spending their sweet metal on more metal upgrades.
Yeah, it looks like the red team is not looking to waste any more time though, and they're going directly into 2 nuclear bombers.
Yep.
You can imagine what that's for, you know.
Yeah. Conveniently the amount you need to insta-kill a commander.
Yeah. In terms of T2 metal extractors as well, I think the red team has a pretty big lead, and you can just see that they're ahead in pretty much every economic factor.
Yeah, yeah. Kuchi's commander is not jammed, not cloaked, will get scouted. I don't see anything online for blue team to stop this double Lich attack that is now going underway. Plenty of scouts available for Team Casual Newbies. And I'm going to make a bold prediction here and say that the game will be over in 15 seconds. Game 1, Casual Newbies.
Yeah, they're going to see the nuclear bomber. Nuclear bomber is spotted. The commander doesn't even cloak here. It does cloak.
One flag available. Flag not fantastic at dealing versus Lich. Yeah, as you can see, they can just pass over without really dying.
Yeah.
They're not going for the commander. Now they switch. Fusion goes down.
I mean, you know, you take out the whole base of the blue team, like, you don't necessarily need to kill the commander.
Yeah, I guess they're just trying to maximize value, play it safe.
Yeah. Man, I feel for Team Pog right now. That play was so close to working, and it just was a second too late.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe we'll see it happen in one of the next games.
Yeah. They're going to be in a very precarious position, though, because they cannot lose another game. I mean, even so, they haven't resigned over it yet, so...
Yeah, I guess they still believe there's a chance something could happen. Fusion is slowly getting rebuilt.
But I mean, you gotta know, you're playing against the macro of autopilot. If you don't have a definitive victory, like, you're losing, you know, on time, basically.
Yeah, for sure. Blue team right now on a whopping 600 energy per second against 5,000, basically tenfold advantage.
Yeah, and we're just watching these nuclear bombers just clearing everything out, and it's such a dominant position for team Casual Newbies.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like they're making a play to steal a bull on the north, and they get it with 2 abductors. They stun the bull, pick him up. Zhao is most likely gonna capture it. That's a fun little...
Yeah, insult to injury. Am I right? Like,
I mean, technically, it's an optimal thing to do. Yeah. So it's not even like they're going out of their way to.
No, they're not being. I don't mean they're like being mean, but they're just Team Pog, man. Like, that's gotta feel bad.
Yeah. Wasps right now flying over. Oh no, I'm wrong. These are Hornets. When was the last time we saw Hornets in a tournament, huh?
Dude, I don't even know. At this point, this is just like a psychological game for the next match, you know? Like, beat them as hard as we can. So, wow, the Hornets, 3 Hornets takes down a Shredder.
Yeah. Well, it's 3,000 metal versus 450.
Okay, that's I didn't realize. Yeah, okay. I forgot that the Hornets are like crazy expensive units.
Yeah, don't see them often for sure. Zhao is currently pushing in. Oh, last commander goes down. And,
game over.
To that Lich and Bull combo to the north.
Man, Sash Gordon being a little unsportsmanlike here. Of course, these players do know each other, so.
Yeah, they have history way back. So what's our next map? Remind me, please, Nib.
The next map is going to be
Canis River.
Canis River, yeah, and that is going to be Casual Newbies' pick.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm really excited about this one because on paper it's a macro map. Obviously, we can see how it can also turn into an aggressive map. I think mostly we've seen Pog play this map really aggressively. They start on the 2 mechs forward position, make a lab there. Casual Newbies, on the other hand, they play it super solid, go for a fast tier 2. So I'll be really interesting to see if that's what happens this game and how these 2 styles clash. Maybe we'll see another comp drop attempt. Very possible. Yeah, so really, really interesting map. A couple of notes about this map. There's a pretty safe and conservative geospot right next to a starting position. It's usually where a lab gets placed. That's usually where casual newbies place their lab as well. It just makes it very convenient to grab the geo really quickly and use it to absolutely skyrocket your macro gains. Makes that T2 transition really, really smooth. And yeah, also quite quickly turns into an AGO. Obviously, having an advanced geothermal in your base sometimes ends the game really quickly if it gets sniped. Something we can see this game as well, if it goes on to that length, is a Martyr snipe. Martyrs are the suicide bombers for Legion, and there's a very, very sneaky way you can sneak them like this and kill the AGO. And there's usually not much anti-air there because it's just such a very awkward angle of attack. And with Martyrs, you can basically take out the Geo and your opponent's entire base for very, very cheap if they're out of position. So yeah, I hope we get to see an attempt. It would be very, very fun. Yeah, it looks like we're gonna see an aggressive game one more time from Pog. They have Darth Revan spawning on that 2 max position in the front, sacrificing early metal gains for an aggressive lab position. We're most likely gonna see him drop a lab there. The other 2 players are gonna make energy, provide him with the energy needed to quickly boost out a Lazarus, a Constructor, Conturrets, and then we're gonna see units, quickly rush to the red side of the map. Darth Revan is Legion, so we're most likely going to see Satyrs or Goblins again, maybe some Phobos. It's actually quite funny. Autopilot pings Darth Revan's position. Most likely they know that this is a strategy they do. They're probably expecting an early aggression. On the other side, we see the more conservative macro spawning locations. Autopilot is probably going to be the macro player starting next to the Geo. Zhao starting on that forward position. We're going to see him shift like this pretty early if they can afford it to maximize the metal gains. So Shkorn's going to walk this way. This is basically the start you get if you want to absolutely maximize the metal you earn. Really, really complements the early T2 style. But yeah.
I noticed yesterday Team Pog really slowly expand on this map. Do you reckon that's going to be a benefit or a problem against Team Team?
It all depends on the damage they secure with the early aggression. Expanding slowly is fine as long as you're putting that tempo in damage on the other side. But as we already went over, you have to get a lot of damage versus casual newbies because they just play so solid and so rich.
Yeah, if you're going to have that eco race, you got to make sure you're stifling your opponents as much as you can.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It seems like immediately the game goes into a pause. Tech issue gets called out. It seems like there's some issue with blue team's comms, but we can see their queues. We can use this moment to analyze their queues. Kuchi has a lab drop down. It looks like he's going for Armada bots. Darth Revan immediately going for the Legion bot lab. No mixes, no energy, no nothing. And Turksy is just going to provide the energy for the team. Gonna play on that quote-unquote battery role. And yeah, we're in for early aggression for sure with this one.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a doozy of a game. I do like Team Team's start positions with Seshkrin starting at the back and then walking to that forward position. I feel like it's just a better... Like, you have a little less defensibility in the early game, but as the game goes on, you can get that LLT up as you keep going.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple great spot for LLTs is over here. You cut off bots from going this way. You cut off anything from going up the ramp. But it's definitely tough. We basically see the most aggressive start versus the most greedy start, I guess you could say. So yeah,
you could say that.
Casual newbies are in the most dangerous position they could be, and hopefully we see a masterclass defense or masterclass aggression from blue team.
You're getting those respots out straight away for the tree reclaim.
Yeah, it looks like this is a build they have down.
Yeah, definitely practiced it once or twice.
Yeah, at least once or twice. They don't want to overdo it. You don't want to get tired before the tournament.
Yeah, you see
Anyway,
Seshkarin playing the same role as Thirxie here, except Thirxie's closer to that Geo, so Seshkarin will be having to share all the resources back over to autopilot to get that Geo up when they feel ready.
yeah, I don't think Blue Team is going to be getting the Geo at all early. They just don't have the infrastructure down, and it's not even in their best interest to do so when they're trying to put on the aggression.
Yeah.
We see very, very early ticks from Zhao, so they are going for that 2-lab.
Yeah.
As I'm saying this,
no LLT down here either.
yeah, a con goes down to a tick. I guess I'm pretty confident calling that a mistake from red team. Definitely hurts. Immediately we see a res bot.
Those first few cons that come out, when you lose them, it's probably the most painful cons you lose, because those are super valuable. That's very, very important seconds of non-mining time.
Yeah, exactly.
Oof. Thanks for hopping in, by the way, but I just want to point out this tick is gonna just destroy all of the energy that Thirxie just built.
Yeah,
This
looks
is
like
painful.
an oversight. When you're going goblins for your first lab, you know you don't have access to a fast unit that can chase down scouts. Definitely looks like a bit of an oversight not making LLTs on that position.
Yeah. At the same time, though, like Kuchi had ticks of his own that he could have been using to defend here, so maybe a mistake there as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure. A lot of ticks right now get wrangled up behind trying to defend instead of, being on the other side, putting on the pressure. Zhao's con is already revived. We're back on macroing up, and it looks to me as if Pog didn't quite get the advantage they were looking from their aggressive start. Important to note, they're already behind around 600 metal just from choosing different starting positions.
Yeah, they have a lot to catch up here. Alaris are actually coming out from casual newbies. Alaris are very hard to deal with if you don't have Alaris of your own.
Yeah, especially from... I guess you could probably chase them down with pawns and ticks.
Yeah,
but
they kite really well, though, is the issue.
Yeah. A couple Helios come out of Autopilot's lab. Zhao is still producing ticks and pawns. At the same time, we see Kuchi switch fully to pawns, is able to defend the uphill area, clear up all of the remaining red forces, is now probably going to focus on doing a little counter-attack. Thirxie comfortably grabbing the corner of the map already.
Yeah, Kuchi's micro is going to be good enough to stop the Alaris at least, so that's promising for the blue team.
Yeah. Wind is dead, and we see energy problems across the board. Red team slapping down the solars. They haven't gone for the Geo yet. It looks like they were going for a little bit more of a safe approach to this game, expecting the early aggression from blue.
Blue is starting to get a bit of an army value advantage, but an issue I see is that their units might not be the most effective for actually pushing the red team and closing the gap.
Yeah, but still, casual newbies are ahead, but they're not monstrously ahead. This is not I wouldn't exactly call this a losing position for blue team. We see the air lab go down. We see 2 light transports immediately being made, shared over to Kuchi. Most likely we're going to see them carrying some turrets over to the Geo or something else. We also see a heavy transport out for blue.
It looks like Thirxie is kind of being forced to micro on 2 sides of the map right now. And he's focused on defending against these ticks that are coming through from Sashcorn, and Sash is gonna... Oh, they're gonna be cleaned up at least.
Yeah. Yeah, the map basically reaching a stalemate at the moment.
Yeah,
Position stabilized.
Blue team has a lot of pressure right now to, I think, transition out of goblins because the Helios are being built up in numbers and goblins just can't deal with them right now.
Yeah, goblins seem like they trade really poorly into Helios. Air lab goes down for autopilot. We still don't see a Geo for the red team. I would say uncharacteristic for them at this moment. Air lab goes into fighters. They're just really trying to play solid, it looks like. Zhao's commander is in a little bit of trouble. It looks like it's going to go down to the goblins. Takes them all out with the explosion and is now really important for blue team to secure that reclaim. It looks like they will be able to... It's a race between Turkey's commander and Sashkorin's commander. They're both trying to get to the wreckage. But I'm going to put my money on Turksey.
Xerxes micro is looking pretty good.
At the same time, some Helios try to raid the hillside for blue team, but get shut down by Darth Revan's comm being positioned there. Really good.
Mm-hmm.
So this area is really scary because it's not exactly locked down for blue team, and their lab is so close to the front. It's just so scary, and especially we have to keep in mind commanders can walk through the water on this map, and it would be such a pain if your lab gets degunned. It looks kind of vulnerable in this position.
Yeah, Xerxes commander basically can't move like too far forward while this commander's here, because he needs to be in a position where if they spot a commander coming, like you need another commander or some other kind of unit to stop that from pushing forward. But
yeah,
and this run by is gonna be painful. It looks like his self D is gonna go off on the LLT though. Oh my gosh, the self D kills like 4 pawns.
Really clutch.
Yeah,
another W for Turksey.
But he still pings the pawns because they're looking very dangerous.
Yeah, if left unchecked, they can take out so much on that flank.
Oh, but these Helios are gonna be unstoppable.
Yeah, Helios running in really deep. We're basically getting super close. Turksey's commander looks like he's in danger, getting attacked by a few pawns. Is going to retreat back to LLT's. False alarm. He's going to live. Mosquitoes out for blue team. As we say this, they're going to clear up the pawns that were running through the flank. Still, the pawns managed to kill, it looks like 4 metal extractors. Pretty good damage. The Helios and the Korean attack from red team also gets defended, and they're sent back on their way, leaving behind 800 metal of reclaim that will be secured by the blue team. So metal produced is actually now in favor of blue.
Yeah. It looks like red team is going to go for T2 though now.
Yeah. T2 already available actually for blue team. It was just they chose to make it at Kuchi's position. I'm guessing
I
because
missed
it's safer.
That. Yes, much smarter, yeah.
Going for Mauser. Usually I think the bull is a more popular choice.
How many Mauser are they making? 3.
So far on the queue, 3.
Okay. I see why bulls would be preferred just because of their health, but I guess in their position maybe Mauser would be okay. Because they're just trying to like push back autopilot most likely. It looks like Darth Revan actually has taken control of both commanders and a couple of units and has switched more to a micro role, while Kuchi is going to be macroing a lot more at the moment.
Yeah. I can only imagine like the experience you need in tournament style gameplay to be able to make that switch mid-game. Yeah.
Oh gosh, yeah, I can. My team was like definitely you do one, you know.
Yeah.
It's hard to do both or switch such a different mode.
Yeah. Mauser now out for blue team. 3 Mauser out of the lab. Basically, 1 Mauser available for red team gets shared to Zhao. Probably you make 1 Mauser when you just want to kill some pork, maybe push some tier 1 units behind.
Mm-hmm.
And a bull gets cancelled as the AGO just finishes up for red. AGO also just started in progress for blue team.
Okay, so the blue team made those Mausers and now they're gonna switch to macro, trying to get those T2 mexes up. Noctua production has not stopped either for the blue team, and instead the red team is choosing to go for Falcon, the Armada fighter.
Yeah. Do you have the exact information? Do you know if Armada's fighters trade more efficiently than Legion ones? I'm pretty sure they do, right? They have to.
I don't know. I wish I had the numbers, but what I do know is Noxua can feel like complete garbage sometimes, and I don't know how to use them. Do you know by any chance? Like, what's
No.
your opinion on them?
All I know about fighters is that you're supposed to fight command them, and that could not be that might not even be the case for Legion. So I have no idea.
That's that's the thing that I don't like about Noxuas is if you make them when there's mosquitoes actively killing your base, the way that I was trying to micro them, which is like fight command, is they don't fire. So I don't know. That's a kind of a tangent.
Yeah, we
do
have
see
to wait for the.
Yeah. We see
go ahead.
Bulls versus Mauser right now on the front line of, honestly, much closer to Autopilot's base. But Sashkorn does have a single Mauser of his own, and he has some pawns poised to run forward whenever they're given the command.
Yeah, for sure. We've definitely reached that stage of the game where you are playing the race, the silent race of upgrading your metal extractors and building up the energy faster than the opponent. You're making just enough units to either put on pressure or try to fake it and survive.
Yeah.
And make sure you get that metal per second number bigger. Right now, red is up by 3,000 metal on produced, but it seems like for the raw income, blue is doing a little bit better. And
Yeah. Red has 13 mosquitoes though, and how many martyrs is that? 16 martyrs available to try to make something happen.
Yeah, it looks like wow. I'm actually so happy because I said that I would like to see a possible T1 Legionnaire snipe on the AGO from this angle, and that's exactly what it looks like we're gonna see right now. Mosquitoes and martyrs.
Oh my gosh, I hope this happens. I hope this works. There is flak out, but where's the flak going?
Yeah. Oh, flak gets. It looks like it's scouted. Yeah, the air
red
gets
is
scouted.
yeah. Oh no. Red is
They
saying
see
to
on
move the
radar.
flak.
Yeah, exactly. They scout the air with radar. They see them moving. 2 flak available. We're making a third right now. It's gonna pop out of the lab. It's needless to say that if the AGO explodes, it's basically game over for red team. It looks like there's just enough anti-air available to stop the attack. Wow.
So what are they? Where they need to find value with this somewhere else? So what are they gonna do? Do you just reclaim the martyr at this point? Like I guess it's only 750 metal and 715 metal and martyrs, but
Yeah.
that was close.
I think you just keep them there until a later moment. They're really good for like a possible sneak attack later. So that's what
Yeah.
I would do if I was in this position. Just
I mean,
go for it
martyrs.
at some later point.
Yeah, you could also micro the martyrs to just snipe, like, for example, like, you could kill all of these mexes or something like that. Like, or maybe they're too far back, but
Yeah, with fighters available, it's tricky. They're so squishy.
yeah.
Anyway, Starlight's now coming out for both teams. We're entering the Starlight era of the game.
X Factor seemed to have his starlights out earlier, but the scary thing is that there's not really a whole lot defending those starlights yet. I wouldn't mind seeing like a Juno bomber used here, actually. The T1 Legion Juno bomber. It's called a
Blindfold. Is the name.
blindfold. Yes.
Yeah.
I actually.
I think this unit will be tweaked in some way. I think it will be nerfed.
Yeah.
It's
It's
so
not
cheap.
used though. Like, yeah.
Yeah, people have. It's a secret sauce at the moment. We just haven't discovered it, but yeah. It looks like the Starlight War is gonna be currently in favor of red team as 2 Starlights go down.
Are they gonna try to just use martyrs on the 2 starlights that are pushing them right now? Like,
That should work. That should be very effective.
yeah.
But they definitely need something for these ticks. They're starting to.
The Juno bomb. I don't get. They must just be forgetting about the Juno bomber because I think it would be able to get a bomb off here, or maybe.
Yeah,
something
it looks
useful.
like it would be very efficient here. Very effective,
Yeah.
I should say.
Oh
but
no,
these
these
starlights-
martyrs might be at risk. Starlights and bulls coming in from the other side.
Yeah, we have 2. We have. It looks like overwhelming aggression from 2 different sides, from casual newbies.
What's funny is a couple days ago actually used a Juno bomber in a game against Darth Revan, so he knows it exists.
You never know what's happening right now in these guys.
You know,
so low
yeah.
on the priority list that
Yeah, you get so like tunnel vision too when there's a big mass of units like right outside of your base. I'm sure it's hard to think about.
These Starlights definitely getting way too close for comfort. The moment energy is online, a fusion goes down now for red team to try and support these Starlights. It's worth to note, Starlight is a unit that uses 1000 energy every time it shoots. So right now with wind being at 4, now jumping up slightly, they're kind of stalling on the energy, can't really shoot, but they're so close. It looks like this tier 2 lab is going to go down, and this looks like a very, very scary position for blue team.
Blue team does have 2 commanders, but Autopilot's commander is in too safe of a position to really snipe them, and it looks like this is just going to be another win for Team Casual Newbies.
You say that, but the Starlights go down. The repair on the lab was just too strong. The Starlights go down without the lab ever going down. Damage was not achieved with that push-in. It's a nice 3000 reclaim for blue to secure.
I'm still so sad not to see those Juno bombers, because they here could have added so much value to those goblins trying to push her, because goblins actually are not affected by Juno.
Yeah. I would love to see it as well, but they just don't make it.
Yeah, I think they've just been forgotten about.
Yeah.
Oh well. It does look like the blue team is doing a good job like pushing back though. Revan's commander at risk of being sniped by ticks. D-gun. Oh yeah, nice.
Nice. D-guns. LT should take out the rest. As we're talking about that though, Sashkoran is trying to set up an offensive rattlesnake in range of a good chunk of Darth Revan's base.
Oh yeah, that'll at the very least preoccupy the build power and pretty much neutralize the base until they have a way of dealing with it.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's in range of too much critical infrastructure, but will definitely be annoying and obviously very effective at shooting at units as they're coming out of the lab. Very, very annoying.
Autopilot has also rebuilt this push on the northern side. Oh my gosh, a pulsar is coming up now.
A pulsar? Wow.
Revan is going to be transporting in his commander, it looks like, to try to degun these. Is he going to be able to land in time? Ticks are actually going to be able to... Yeah, the ticks... Man, that Judo bomber, I wish they... no. Again, 2 games.
That's so cool to see that. That just... I mean, not to glaze or anything, but that's like some 60 OS stuff. Using the ticks to make sure the commander cannot land, so it dies to the turrets eating the transport. That was really cool. At the same time, though, 4 bows make it basically into Autopilot's base. The thing with Starlights is, if you lose momentum, or if you don't have enough to breach that critical point of pressure, you will lose them because they cannot retreat. So when you get overrun by bows, you're in a very, very bad spot.
Yeah, like Starlights. Yeah. Starlight's basically you either like win with the push with them or you lose them, and there's not a good in between. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I get so annoyed in 8v8 games when 3 lanes randomly converge on my Starlights and I have to remake like 5. Oh.
Yeah. 8v8, the most competitive format.
Yeah.
This game like is. Do you think who's favored in your eyes right now?
I think at this point the game could go to anybody. We've reached that point where we need to see either a team switch into air and get a very effective bombing, or start to put down some EMP launchers or something. We see LRPC, as I say that. Yeah. Go ahead, Ned.
LRPC and EMP launchers are both down, so something is gonna happen here.
Yeah, I would. The pulsar goes up for Sashkoran. I would love to see an EMP launcher to start getting added. It's so powerful when you have like the middle position of the map secured, because that EMP launcher can basically reach everything your opponent has. And if they start freezing those labs, start freezing those fusions, they would have an extreme advantage.
If VDB is here, I'm curious who he thinks is who's favored here.
I'm swinging. I do no favorites. It's constantly back and forth between who I think's actually got this. I think the red team with this ridiculous pulsar and tick spam is going to get some pretty good value, and they'll actually probably spot the LRPC. So I'm interested to see how they respond.
The EMP launcher is at least going to be able to fire and neutralize this base, so hopefully this will be a benefit, a little bit of safety for the blue team if they want to stay in the game.
And yeah, as you say that, the EMP lands and it freezes both the Rattlesnake, the Pulsar, and all of the BP they're helping to make spam. As we say that, a 5 bull push is forming in the north for blue team.
It looks like Sashkorn's gonna choose to just reclaim the EMP'd Rattlesnake and likely reclaim the Pulsar as well, since those are pretty much nullified by the EMP launcher.
Yeah. The fusion is really sad. It looks like the fusion will go down. Extremely greedy positioning. that front fusion. Ambassador's now online. Obviously, whenever the LRPC finishes up. Oh, it's a decoy! It's a decoy fusion, of course.
Oh my gosh.
It worked on me.
Yeah, how often do you see those in games?
Yeah, not very often. I think it's the most... I'm pretty sure it's the building that has the most health to metal ratio.
Mm-hmm. Oh really?
Yeah, I think so.
That would make sense, I guess, because do they just have the same health as a fusion, basically? They have more health than a fusion.
Yeah, it's insane. Damn. Wow, it even fooled us, bro. What a good decoy.
Yeah, for real. The Basilica is still coming up. It looks like the blue team is kind of stalling a little bit on middle.
Yeah, more important.
Yeah, red team never did get vision of that Basilica either, so they don't know.
Interesting, very interesting. I think usually the move with LRPC, I'm not very experienced with using them. I think the move is making 2 if you're looking to snipe fusions or... obviously the AGO is a huge target. Can that actually reach? It does. It does reach.
Is 2 kind of like the number you need to deal significant enough damage that they can't just like out heal it? Or
I think so, yes. I think 2 is the amount you need, so they kill the AGO before they can get a bubble online, the shield.
Yeah, I
So
can just
the first one, yeah.
yeah. I can just
So you
imagine
just make the first one and put it on hold fire while the second one is done is what I usually see.
Yeah. They're expensive though. How much do they cost each? 4,500.
Yeah, very, very expensive. At the same time, a huge push forms for red team. Autopilot with 6 bulls, 2 starlights, jags, and ticks rolling into the front. It seems like there's not going to be much to stop this. AGO goes down to a bunch of jaggers slipping through.
Oh no.
Kuchi with fantastic D-guns takes out 4, 5, 6 bulls with just this commander. And as mighty as this push looked, it got dispelled.
Yeah, those ticks now though are just going to be rushing through into the back line, unstoppable. It looks like a snipe though is building, and oh my gosh, actually this is enough. We saw your team do it. There's 6 Phoenix ready. They're gonna go for the AGO.
Yeah, exactly. You actually need only 2 Phoenix to kill a fully healthy.
Yeah.
You only need 2 to kill a fully healthy Geo, and they have 6 available. They're gonna go through. Only 1 flak basically blocks the route, and flak not very good at killing high health bombers like these. They're going in now.
Oh no. They need to just go. It looks like they stalled. What happened? They just no. Oh, just a little stall.
I mean, the fighters were in position. I don't know if it was ever on the cards, but it definitely looked like there was a little bit of a slip up there. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
The cleans get the ticks get cleaned up in the meantime. Yeah, we're back to stalemate.
The blue team, it seems like they've like had all these plays that are just not quite able to find their target.
Yeah, exactly.
They switch immediately to a prude.
Yeah, at this point, they have an Aphis in the works in the back, in the corner there, so at this point, you don't need the danger, just switch to a prude. I agree.
Yeah, autopilot is gearing up for this to be a very long game.
Yeah, for sure. Some Lich out right now. We see Lich with 2 scouts out for Zhao, and the Lich gets sent to the front. I wonder what's the target here. Do you go for the EMP launchers? Do you go for the Starlights? Starlights look like is the correct answer.
Vic, the EMP launchers now from the red team are just targeting all of the labs of the blue team, and a nuclear bomber's out.
Yeah, this nuclear bomber will get the fusion and the lab in one drop. Nope, it misses.
This is brutal.
So many things happening.
Yeah, it's hard to follow.
There we go. Fusion
But-
goes down.
It looks like this is going to be the end of the hopes of Team Pog, as
Yeah,
the
this-
main base has been bombed.
Yeah, definitely huge damage here. 75% lead in metal production for Team Red. 150% lead in energy per second. Overall, 30,000 metal lead throughout the game. Very advantageous position for sure.
Any predictions for the grand finals now? I feel like it's. I mean, unless something crazy is happening, it's. I guess we shouldn't call it too soon for sure. We
but
can see what happens.
If Casual Rubies win this, they go to the. It's done. This series is done, right?
Yes, if Casual Newbies wins, then Pog is out.
Interesting. Oh yeah, of course. Best of 5. They start with 1. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Wow, predictions for the finals. I mean, yeah, I guess we'll talk about it at the end of the game. But
Yeah. Let's see what happens, because there's still hope.
yeah, for sure. 5 Jaguars in the back line. Once again, finding that little weak point, I guess you could call it, in the south. Get some wins done. APHAS now online for autopilot. Advanced fusion reactor, I should say. Juno's finally being built.
Some counter EMP attacks, but a Basilica is building here for the red team now. Oh my gosh, T3 is out. We see a Vanguard.
Very interesting.
It looks like Razorbacks are going to be coming out from Team Pog. But Pog is stalling on energy currently.
Are there any EMP launchers available for Team Red that are in range of the lab? No, it doesn't look like they have any EMP launchers at all, unless I'm missing something.
They had one. They definitely EMP'd the labs. I don't know if the EMP launchers got killed. Oh, look at all these tick wrecks. How often do you see tick wrecks?
Nah, yeah, the Juno leaves behind full tick wrecks.
Yeah.
LRPC 2 LRPC now up for red team. They're shelling down that fusion in front of the lab. That is a full fusion, not a decoy, just to make sure. And the bubble couldn't come up any quicker.
That decoy fusion is just causing the blue team to waste a bunch of shots, honestly. It's kind of funny. Razorbacks now are out for the red team.
Yep. Probably be a slow push, assisted with the Vanguards. Want to take down the Starlights, then send in the Razorbacks.
Oh, the Basilica's firing now. There are the 2 Basilica that you're talking about.
Is there any specific reason why people don't use Basilica to take out high-value targets like Starlights and stuff?
I think it's just probably better value to take out targets in their base, because even if you're just dealing damage, like you're stalling their build power out, you're just slowing down their macro if you're targeting their base directly.
Yeah, I think it's better to just force out the bubbles. They're really, really expensive. For 3,000 metal a piece, and then you switch to the units once the bubbles are up. in
Yeah.
The bases.
Those Vanguard though are looking really good.
Yeah, Razorback now basically in enemy territory.
Yeah,
Not
this
gonna
is
be scared
the
of by pawns.
the Armada winning composition, right? Razorback with Vanguard behind. The pawns do overrun the Vanguard though. But
Will they get a Vanguard? It's gonna be close.
if they run around it, maybe.
Yeah, one
Yeah, they
Vanguard
do
goes
at least
down.
get one, yeah. So X Factor now has Kuchi's produced quite a few Razorbacks, but it seems like Autopilot has just out macroed them by so much. There's no matching the composition, you know.
I mean, yeah, they're definitely in a huge lead. We can still wait and see. You know, mistakes can still
Yeah.
happen, but yeah, it's looking very red right now.
Yeah, exactly. But we'll see. I mean, you know, these are players who are no strangers to coming back in a clearly losing position, so I'm sure they're trying to think of something.
Yeah, I mean, they did try a lot of one-shot attempts on winning the game, right? We had 2 different attempts at sniping that AGO. No longer in the
Yeah.
cards. It's approved now.
I think that's really, like, you know, they were in a position, or at least they felt like they were in a position that to win they needed to go for those like high risk, high reward, instant win mechanics, instant win plays. I mean, and they
Mhm.
just didn't pay off.
Yeah, yeah, they didn't pay off.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was saying, kind of predicting. I think a lot of people expected that. Casual Newbies is just not a team that you can beat with those all-ins. You have to do it methodically.
It definitely looked very close though on occasion. Like the Phoenix, very, very scary looking. Was very close.
This is looking good though. We have a bunch of Razorbacks pushing in.
Yeah, 6 Razorback closing in on the Vanguards. Only 2
Oh, but the-
Razorback available for the defense in that position.
Nuclear bombers out. It's just gonna bomb them.
Oh, they're so stacked together.
One's out,
Huge
yeah.
value. Autopilot's commander also in position. Is there to degun if needed. So Skorn's going back with the other commander. Red team has 2 commanders alive. Two Razorbacks left.
Yeah.
One Razorback left.
He'll
go down.
Hog is really trying, but what do you do against nuclear bombers being used defensively, you know? They don't have the AA to deal with it.
Very, very difficult without air dominance. But still, the amount of Razorbacks that are able to pump out is insane. They're also resurrecting them,
Yeah.
repairing them.
Oh, and pawns are gonna slip through.
Yeah, pawns are going to slip through.
But the thing is, like, there's this huge production facility in the back of like 3 APHIS, bunch of converters that is gonna be safe. So no matter what they kill here, it doesn't look like it will be enough to necessarily shut them down. That being said, though, I mean, there's a lot of Razorbacks here.
Yeah, a lot of Razorback. Obviously, very, very good that the BP is available in the corner, the build power for Autopilot. He's going into a T2 air lab now. It looks like he's going to go for more Lich. And it seems to me that the aggression has ultimately been shut down.
Yeah, that was definitely a last chance push, and it just wasn't enough. It got defended. I think even if they killed the T3 lab, they still would have a very big uphill fight. So it's just not gonna cut it. We now see Roughnecks out.
Yep, the air was able to take out the res bots. Yeah, I think it's just time for red team to activate, start pumping the units out,
Yeah.
use that insane economic advantage that they have, and see if they can close the game out.
Yeah. The blue team is going to do everything they can to stay alive, but that's pretty much all they can do right now. There's it doesn't look like much hope of getting aggressive.
I mean, you never know. I mean, we thought the game would be over like 3 times already, so you never know. You just never know.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, you know, it's hard to beat a nearly. Oh, I guess it's only a 30% medal lead, so.
Yeah. At this stage of the game, 30% means 100,000 basically.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, there's not a whole lot you can do here.
Autopilot actually choosing to go for abductors out of his tier 2 lab, not for Lich. Really effective at stunning the Razorback in place, and after that they're easy pickings.
I feel like we're seeing like a year's worth of meta in one game. Abductors, like, it's at least they showed up for a while in like 8v8s and then they disappeared after a change, but we're still seeing them, so crazy.
Xerxes in a heavy transport. I'm not sure. Oh, he's going to the corner. They're going for another looks like last ditch play. Xerxes gonna die from flak that they knew was there. Very unlucky. Now Lich goes into the base.
Yeah.
Gets a fusion and a bunch of BP.
The commander gets spotted immediately and is gonna go down.
Yep,
and that's the
GG.
game.
GG.
Wow.
Pog's out of the tournament. Casual
40 minutes.
The finals.
Yeah. 40 minutes and Pug is out of the game. Out of the tournament.
That was a really cool game. From the bait and switch earlier, just how casual newbies kind of also flipped on the aggression early instead of going for that macro style.
Yeah.
Then the couple close calls we had with plays that would make or break the game. Just what a cool game. I'm so happy that this game happened.
Yeah, I hope the players are so happy. Even getting eliminated at this stage, like it was not easy to make it this far, was it? So
yeah, absolutely. Kudos to these guys.
That was pretty good. Like, that was casual newbies looking real strong after that game.
Yeah.
Which I guess, you know.
Pros
if you know
looking
the
good too,
players.
though.
Yeah. If you know the players, right, none of them are ever weak, right? Those are just top of the top. So it's kind of makes sense that they look that good.
Exactly.
But yeah, if we're looking at the brackets, that is the last semifinal. Casual newbies will actually go forward, beating Pog, and we're gonna end up with a best of 7.
Yeah, let's
Casual
update the
Newbies
bracket
Pro,
real quick.
which I'm hoping we see some good games with this. I hope we see FTL. I don't know if we will, and I might regret that hope, but.
I mean, think there's only going to be 2 map bans, so if it's a competitive series, we're going to see most of the maps.
I'm feeling the 2 maps are going to see banned: Incandescence and FTL. That's in my mind. That's the 2 maps that we're going to see. But I mean, I hope I'm wrong.
Incandescence, FTL, yeah.
I think Pro's
what
done a
other
great
maps
bait and
would
switch
they
on
ban?
everybody this tournament, because I feel like they've really been hiding their OP strategies for the finals and the semi-finals even. Playing a complete different game in the semis compared to the quarterlies.
I mean, those that have played against Pro for a while definitely know that they're definitely a team that activates later on in the tournament. You know, like Chef Randy always saves his strats for later. But I'm thinking we're gonna get a good finals.
I think so too. I'm very excited.
For sure. I'm super excited to see if Pro can catch casual newbies off guard with something special they've cooked up, because they're playing different today than they've played so far for the entire tournament. I believe we watched their games. So yeah.
Yeah, they seriously feel like a completely different team.
Yeah.
Into Club, like, if you know him, you know, like in the community, he's very like energetic and has a lot of enthusiasm, and I feel like his very aggressive like micro plays have really shown that. So it's cool to see.
Yeah, I mean, we saw, I think, with casual newbies there, they just kind of looked solid every point of the game. Like, they just didn't look like they had a moment where they were weak. Like, their early game aggression,
Yeah.
they handled well. Like, the late game, like, Otto, I think, had, 3-4 Aphis at the end. Like,
Yeah.
they were pretty scaled, and they were definitely... Like, the only thing that looked scary was that Razor push, but then they had total air dominance, and Zhao was just hovering over them with a Lich just raining death, and there's just no answer.
Yeah, it's like any weakness you think they might have, it's like, oh no, they've already thought of that, you know? Like, it's crazy.
Well, I'm going to join the pro guys in their lobby. We'll see if we can get casual newbies in here. I believe, as far as I'm aware, that Neb and Slick, good casting, appreciate it. It was a pretty fun game, honestly. I know, being here, sitting, and getting to watch it was fun, but I'm sure it was fun to cast.
It was very fun.
Yeah, I believe
Thank you
Hell's and I
for-
are taking over.
Yes, you are.
Thank you for catching out all the mistakes and pinging
Look,
the fact that Fusion was that decoy and all the other
sneaky,
things.
man. It
Yeah.
was a sneaky decoy fusion. And that thing lasted for so long. Like like X Factor was ambassadoring it for so long, and it was just not killing it. It was good.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for having me, guys, and let's hope for a great finals.
Oh yeah, for
GGs.
sure.
Yes, thanks for coming on, and congratulations. Like, all these top 4 teams we've seen today, you guys all played so well. So, yeah, well done.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
See you guys. Peace.
All right. Well, hopefully Hells is here, or we'll be here soon. As
always.
look, he is.
Just sitting.
He's here. He's here, waiting and watching. That was a fun last game, huh? A lot of crazy stuff.
Yeah, both semi-finals ending dominantly for casual newbies and Team Pro,
Yeah.
just 2-0ing their way into the finals. So, all the 2 most dominant teams. Which one's going to be at the top at the end of it?
Do you have a guess? You have a prediction?
Look, if you go on history, you have to go with casual newbies because Pro has the curse of second place.
They do. They do have the curse.
So, but maybe this is the time. This is the time for them to break that curse.
They definitely looked incredibly strong earlier. It's just casual newbies has just a hard team to fight. Like, that whole team is just, all of those are like either tournament winners or former tournament winners. You know, like, all of them are good and bar. Let's just say
Rank 1 on the ladder for team games.
Oh yeah, like, and just got rank 1
One
on
of the
for,
best.
like 1v1.
1v1 tournament champion. All
multiple.
of them are incredibly good.
They have multiple 1v1 champions. Like, that is a hard team to beat.
The number of fight nights that Sashkaran has won as well
True.
is probably pretty high. So
That's a hard team. That is a hard team.
for the name casual newbies, they are very much the opposite of that.
That is for sure.
But Team Pro, on the other hand, is definitely not slacking either.
No, they've
With
got
a
some
number
very
of
good players.
Veteran players, extremely strong, extremely good at the game. So I'm going to say, on paper, casual newbies is favored, but if there is a tournament that Pro is going to be able to take the series, this is it. Which is not a great answer, because I'm not putting my eggs in either basket.
I kind of feel the same way though. Like I'm leaning towards casual newbies winning it because they just look so clean. But in my heart, all right, I want Pro to finally get their win. You know, like, I feel like after all this time, I want Pro to get their win.
Exactly, and I think Pro is definitely going to come with the kitchen sink and throw it at casual newbies. And it's going to be a question of, does the immovable object break before the variety of strategies I think we're going to see coming out of Pro?
Yeah, yeah. Look, I call them Chef Randy, all right? Because not many. If you haven't seen him before, this man is actually very creative with
I mean,
his plans
saying
and
that,
builds.
in the club is there as well.
That's
And
true.
that's another man who enjoys cooking up wild, crazy strategies. Having been on his team before, some of them are wild
Yeah,
and
yeah.
extremely crazy.
I know, like Randy,
So-
of course, also always does his preparation, a lot of preparation for these tournaments. I remember, like with all the Omega series, towards the end, they would share the pro Google Doc with just their strats, like the history of the teams, like what teams have been seen to do on what maps, and like Pro does they are like a CIA agent doing research on bar players. So
Yeah.
if there's one team that could probably be ready for this, it is probably Pro.
You were correct, by the way, that Incandescence is the first band
Oh.
that we're going to see.
Let's see. Hopefully VDB's here.
And Theta, so FTL is going to happen this series, possibly.
Incandescence
Possibly.
and Theta.
Fog.
Let's do it. All right, we're gonna see FTL if we get there. Whether or not it's the last game, we'll have to see.
If it's the leftover map, I don't know. I do think this could be a very dominant series where it just
Yeah,
ends.
yeah,
in a
we just see-
four.
we just see what
But we could
four
also
games
see
called
it.
today.
Yeah, I could see that happening. It would match the semis. But I do think we're probably going to see a 4. My guess is a 4-2.
I hope.
I'm
I hope
gonna-
we see at least a close competitive game. That would be my ideal.
Second pick.
Oh, we're doing it. Second
We are
pick
going to see FTL.
Let's go.
So Desolation into FTL.
I really hope this isn't a monkey paw incident and we're gonna regret this. I really hope.
You know, every time you've wanted something like this to happen,
Regretted
it has been regrettable.
I've really regretted it. We'll have to see.
So, let's hope. Fingers crossed, this is only good news for us. We're going to see one of the most exciting games of the tournament.
Oh god. Look, after the 2 Alpha Cups ago FTL game between X Factor and Chisato, no thank you. Alright, I have seen what exciting looks like. No thank you.
Randy has heard your request. Some fresh maps are incoming. But I think because we're seeing this, these are maps that these teams have not shown any strategies on, as far as I'm aware. We could see some crazy gameplay, especially with transports. I mean, expecting comms to be hurtling around faster than light.
Yeah. Like, as a map that has a lot of raised, like, mountains that you can only access with, transports, it is definitely one of those maps where we could see some cheesy stuff happen.
It's the most StarCraft-esque of the maps in Bar, and
Yeah,
with Bar's gameplay, it creates some very interesting situations.
It'd be interesting to see like what a scaled up version of that map plays like, for like bigger team games. But once again, one of those things you might regret, asking. We'll pick Pools of Illis. All right.
Interesting.
Another map we kind of like to see. Gas bag with the return pick.
Is Anomaly going to be like the leftover map? I just want to see Anomaly. I think that map looks
cool.
so cool, Prismatic Anomaly, but
Yeah.
I'm wondering if teams have played it a bit too much, that the tricks aren't really available, and so no one wants to pick it at the moment because it's just a neutral map.
Yeah, what do you have left? We have Prismatic Anomaly, Aurelia, and Canis, right? I think is our last 3.
Yes, that would be the last 3. Canis, I could also see Canis going to leftovers, but again, if you're a team that's ooh, there's Prismatic. Okay, casual newbies coming in for me, giving me Prismatic.
Very kind of them.
So Canis or Aurelia? Ooh. I think they're going to choose Canis here, because Aurelia we saw the air cheese.
Yeah, Aurelia definitely seemed like more of a coin flippy map, but I don't know. Do you want to leave that? Canis
But at the same time, you can probably coin flip more on Aurelia still than Canis. Canis always seems to devolve into
like a normal
which
game.
team is.
Like just a better macro
Yeah, there we
team,
go.
like-
There we go. It
Interesting.
is indeed Aurelia. The more coin flip coming in, and the remainder, the leftover being Canis.
Yeah, that is true. Pick Aurelia into Canis. Best of set. Oh, man. This is going to be an interesting set.
Those 7 1-hour games. Let's go, baby.
Look, my
That's
feet
what I'm
are
here
up.
for.
I'm ready. All right. Oh,
I've
man.
had a good sleep. I'm ready to go long today if it has to be.
A part of me, it does hope we actually do get some, like, longer games. Like, admittedly, a lot of the maps we're seeing, like, for the first, like, half of this, relatively small maps, probably going to be pretty quick games.
Yeah.
You know, as it goes later, we might see some longer games in some of the bigger maps, but we'll have to see. Well, that's never a good sign. Otto saying the game keeps logging him off is definitely what we want to hear.
Yeah, Zao sitting in spec. But readying up as soon as he's forced into Team 2.
Look, we're getting there. I mean, Desolation for Game 1. We've seen some weird games on this map. I'm not sure how this plays in 3v3. I don't know if this is normal, but it is just so choke pony that it does seem to be like a who can rush tier 2 quicker and hold as long as they can with minimal investment just to greed out tier 2 maxes.
It's this balancing act of greeding in to have an eco advantage and a better army versus losing the entire map and having zero pressure and just being choked out by the other team having more income. So it's all about finding your timing, and I think it's very much a game of like taking as much space and then delaying on Desolation while you greed behind it.
I do remember in OS 2 when we were playing against Pro a lot, we would try similar strats like that where it's just straight greed into fast tier 2. And Pro was one of those teams that was really good at doing tier 1 all-ins to punish that. I'm curious if we're going to see something similar, as most teams do seem to be doing something like this.
My guess is that Pro is going to be the more aggressive team in this series. This whole series, I'm expecting to see Pro being the team that's going for the throat, and casual newbies are the ones going to be fighting for their lives. Which is funny, since I do think casual newbies is favored. It doesn't sound like what you'd say. But just playstyle-wise, especially within the club.
Well, casual newbies is like, yeah, they're more of the, like, just macro, don't die, have some amount of economy to just overwhelm them with just better macro. Whereas if you look at Pro, all these players are like you're saying, they're high aggro, like kill them immediately kind of players. So it'll be interesting to see how casual newbies handles it.
But we really shouldn't say that, like, there's casual newbies could very well also go for the throat.
That's true.
They are all high enough quality players that they can be very aggressive. It's just their general play style is a safer, more rolling snowball advantage.
Rolling snowball. That is yes, that actually is exactly what that feels like.
And
yeah, they are.
Pro team is more the knife thrust to your heart play style.
Non-stop.
Except Randy. Randy's the more balanced of the bunch.
And even then, Randy he's known for being aggro. Like, he's known for being a very aggro 1v1 player, which
yes.
Not that he's not like he's weak for longer games, but I will say, Otto looking very strong. Not just a 1v1 champion now, but also a big fan of free for all. And as we know in free for all, you need to be able to be very competent at that late game macro stage.
At this point, the only thing Autopilot hasn't done yet is get very high OS in large team games.
Alright, well, Otto, you know what you gotta do.
He's insane at FFAs. He's the 1v1 champion. Small teams, he's done a lot. Just large teams. 70 OS arc when?
Yeah. Look, Otto, gauntlet's been thrown, alright? You know what you gotta do. It's been kind of interesting to see, as this tournament's been going on, teams have been moving away from doing a, co-opt Legion lab, right? Like, we've been seeing a lot more of the traditional, teams going for, just co-op ARM for very obvious Jag, Bull, and Starlight-related reasons. or even just core for just the massive big balls of tigers. And I'm wondering if we're going to see something similar in this game, as both have opted for an arm lab.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see, like, especially I think T1 aggression. If you're planning on being aggressive, Legion's actually got some very good tools in T1 with very cheap bots and tanks that can do a lot of damage. But they seem to struggle. And we see some harass coming in here already, getting one of the mexes.
Nice stealthy, at least, to ensure that Rover did not survive. Oh, Florio going for the next one? Wait.
Is he gonna get another one?
Oh, just barely in the shadow of that LLT, the Legion LLT. Don't ask me names.
The Pharos.
Yep. Yep. I'm not even gonna try.
You know the character with that name, buddy.
Yeah, nope. Look, 2 maxes for their trouble. Got a little bit of scouting. I'm gonna see what they saw. Yeah, okay, so they saw
Honestly,
the arm lab.
Not bad. They knew the arm lab because they saw the counter off Rovers in return. But taking out 2 mexes is definitely not bad. Nice micro by Zal coming out ahead of that.
That was well done. Actually manages to snipe Clubs Rover in a 1v1. Not one of those weird little interactions you don't really know how it's gonna go most of the time. Okay, he tried, but
the only thing you need to know is the gun is mounted on the back of the Rover, and so if you have defender's advantage, you can shoot the other Rover, as we might see here. But it's a very close knife fight that, like, 1 pixel is going to change. I do like the little rover that they have sitting on the middle of the hill, just giving them radar over what Zao is doing.
You know, just looking at like the comm expansions, look where Club is comparatively to Sash. Like Club has already locked down this entire top part, whereas Sash is much slower walking as he stopped to make way more E.
Yeah, so far Pro has definitely got more of the map in their favor. They've got more things going on. And again, we see this little rover riding in, taking out the mechs again. And that's just, so lucky.
Very
if he didn't move it.
Yeah, very unfortunate miss micro there. Well, Florio's going to attempt to annoy this con, but that rover's too low to actually kill it unless Sash is not paying attention, which does not look like that's going to happen.
Yeah, vehicle cons are very tanky. Pretty tough to kill with a single scout. Really need 3 to do it realistically.
Yeah, or a lot of time in that con to be AFK, but it is looking like that rover is going to get cleaned up.
We do see Zal possibly facing a 2v1 here, and this could actually, if they just call it and go straight for the comm trade, knowing that Sash and Auto are on the other side of the map, this is a pain to deal with. And the reason this is a pain is they are going Tech 2 already from Autopilot.
Ooh, and they're not that complete either. It is only about halfway done. And Zhao is just kind of getting walked at. Looking at the menu, there are quite a few Janus and Whistlers.
Yeah, there's 2 Janus going towards Sash's position. There's now 4 Janus coming down towards where Zhao is. They're not yet, but we do see a bull, the first thing to come out of that lab, which definitely makes sense. I wonder if there's a world where Zhao can pull off a double comm catch here. Seems unlikely.
Yeah, I feel like that.
These 2 players.
Yeah, that relies on Randy and Club really messing up. You know, that bull's already out.
Yeah, and the bull is going to be a problem. Unless they somehow de-gun it, that bull is going to roll back all of this. Looks like they're going for a second bull. So we are going to see a pretty large eco advantage for Team Pro off this early game.
Well, Pro is deciding, I mean, they know what they're doing, but they're deciding to all in on units here and are going blitzes on repeat. I think they're going to try and overwhelm this with 1 bull and see if they can't go for economy here.
The blitzes could be a very good call, honestly, because it depends on if this right-hand passage that Club is in stays closed or stays open and they don't send the bull there. They kind of... Oh, they've actually gone 3 bulls. Maybe they're fine.
Yeah, the blitzes are coming, and with only 1 LLT to stop it, I mean, that's just gonna just gonna get sneezed at. The blitzes are just gonna keep driving. Well, even then, if we look at the minimap, actually, Florio's also aggressing with some Janus on the other side.
I do think they're going to run out of steam on this, but it's going to be tough.
Yeah, it's kind of looking like
I think there's a good chance
that
that it's going to turn around. Especially the Jag switch here made sure that the blitzes couldn't really do anything. The question is, can they kill Sash while he's isolated? And if they can't, I don't think this is going to work out very well.
I don't think
but if they do manage to kill Sash, yeah.
Yeah, 2 Janus isn't really enough to kill him quickly enough here, I think. He can stall this out for so long.
The Jag's going to arrive and the Bull's going to arrive. So Florio's going to have to run soon. The front line's collapsing. Pro is going tier 2 currently.
And they should have it up pretty quickly. They did manage to kill quite a lot of mexes. I don't know if we really offset exactly how much they lost with the blitzes.
They're about 2,000 metal ahead at the moment, but they are not. They're at 75% efficiency versus 130% efficiency. So, in all fairness, the game is probably even at the moment. But the Bulls are out, and there's a good chance Club dies here.
Yeah, it's
and if that happens, this game is going to become a fair bit harder very quickly.
Ooh, Otto and Club's other commander kind of staring each other down, but Club is having to micro both. Oh, microing both commanders is just a little too much. It looks like he is going to fall to the Bull.
Goes down. So this is good for Zal, but they still have map advantage. But this Jag, oh no, this Jag going through here.
That one converter is in the worst possible spot. Oh no, I mean, it looks like it's not going to get punished.
Fortunately, it's not punished. But yeah, that nearly was the chain converter to end all chains.
It is looking like Club's going to try and aggress up the hill into Otto's comm, but I mean, that is going to be kind of rough for these Janus, not known for being very good hill climbers.
Yeah. I mean, I guess Otto can't really hold. If he left his comm at the top of the hill, maybe he stays, but you don't really want to face tank 3 Janus. It's a bit dangerous.
Very dangerous.
But now Club's in a dangerous position. He's very likely going to lose his second commander,
yeah.
And both flanks are now being rolled back.
They have Bulls coming out, but I think it's looking like it's Pro's turn to start losing some mexes, and they're definitely somewhat behind on the tier 2 mex, transition.
Yeah, if we look at army value, it's now favoring blue quite substantially, but income is still slightly in Pro's favor, very, very slightly.
I'll have to see.
Killing this Bull here is very nice for them, though. No way that this Bull survives and this Jag trades, right?
Yeah, no. But the Bull should be able to clean both of these up, and Club should be able to get all of that metal. Now this one Bull one Bull and Jag by Sash is actually in a very awkward spot, but looking like Florio's gotten his own Bull now. Maybe it's time. He can actually to start pushing back. Ooh, Otto actually eating a couple Janus shots there from the top of the hill.
Yeah. And there's a Bull coming. They have 2 Bulls here, so they're fine. I think now the bigger issue is Zao having to face that Bull without any units.
Yeah,
but he got
a couple Jags coming.
2 Jags.
Oh, he's got a Bull.
It should be enough as well.
For sure.
Honestly, after that early game, it kind of equalized pretty nicely. But I think this came out slightly in favor of casual newbies.
If we look...
Just because of army value.
Well, look at the tier 2 mex distribution at the moment. Pro actually is being very quick with upgrading their mexes. They have 5 tier 2 mexes to casual newbies 3? Like, somehow Pro with the later lab is actually like... I mean, I guess they're making less units, but... also looking...
Club didn't get the D-gun there.
Oof. Also looking like casual newbies is going... No. Oh, the Jags getting stuck on each other. Oh, that Jag will not be able to trade here. The commander laser should
will
be plenty.
Die to the laser.
Oh, unless
theoretically, with absolutely pixel perfect micro.
He could do it.
Unlikely. There is a Bull coming, but we do see a pretty big exchange going on over here.
Florio's gonna die.
Florio's dead, but taking out 3 Bulls for your comm is honestly a trade I would take. They just need to be careful because they're down to 1 commander.
Well, Sash, I don't know if Sash is gonna survive here, as I mean, 2 Bulls in your face is like, you should just be able to kill him. As long as Florio doesn't miss micro here.
Problem is, he doesn't have the E yet to be constantly moving, I'd guess.
Yeah, I mean, especially because the team is sharing energy. He is sucking down a lot of his team's energy while they're trying to finish that fusion. Oh, actually, looking like they finished it. He probably actually could be able to do it.
Yeah, energy has just spiked. Okay, eco has now spiked into an advantage for casual newbies. Metal slightly favoring still for Pro, but
Yeah, just the faster tier 2 mexes. But I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Pro opt for a fusion somewhat soon, as they're desperately going to need energy soon.
yeah. I think this might turn into a. Ooh, that's a Veil.
Very
That's
smart
a
tier 2
T2
jammer.
jammer.
Very smart. But Florio has to know this. Oh, Sash
he
missed
must
the D-gun. Does manage to
he
get
got-
2.
You need to keep dancing. Oh no!
Oh, Florio is seeing the commander repaired. He could be. Oh, Sash! No, Florio's running. Oh, man.
Oh,
Very
really?
lucky.
If Florio holds the line there for a little bit longer,
Oh, Zhao with
Oh,
a
no.
massive D-gun.
That's-
Kills 2 Janus.
that is honestly a game-losing D-gun. Oh,
Those were very
thing
important
there.
balls. Very, very important.
yeah. This was the last major advantage that Pro had on the map, and now they're at a disadvantage. Pro is trying to get that fusion up, but I'm pretty sure in this time, if we look, we're going to now start seeing that Casual Newbies is going to pull ahead in the
Yep.
T2 mexes, 2 separate cons upgrading mexes on the map.
Yeah, two cons expanding tier 2 mexes is way quicker than just one going, and pros opting for a continuing one because they feel pretty pressured means they're going to be much slower in getting their tier 2 mexes up from
And
now on.
now Florio's got major issues with the 2 new balls showing up, and his damage ball definitely going to die. Zhao, not going to have a good time, but Zhao does have a Starlight coming along on the map, so as long as he can delay for about 20-30 seconds here.
Yeah, with like good repair and like some
he's
pressure
good.
with his commander, he can freak him out a little bit. He can slow us down.
Even if his commander dies, as long as that Starlight gets there before they break through, but now we're seeing some eco damage happening, winds dying.
This is Pro's last commander that is now being forced to threaten D-guns in front of these 2 bulls.
Yeah.
Pro did manage to finish the
gave the-
fusion, but this is still a very frightening
At
moment.
this point, well, the problem is now the army value is just so far against them. They've just not been trading as efficiently.
Yeah, some really unfortunate D-guns, bad trades. On top of, you know, Cash Newbies just having more metal now. They just have more tier 2 mexes. It's kind of hard to fight this.
One wonders if there was like a window where instead of trying to match the T2, Pro should have just switched into air
And gone for bomb and run,
and
maybe.
try to just gone all in on the early game victory.
As long as we didn't see them make 2 heavy transports and go for comp drops, all right? I know I've seen enough of that today, I think.
Don't need to see that one again.
Ooh, opting for a pit bull is actually kind of surprising from Randy, as it's not going to do much more than inconvenience the Starlight.
I guess that's the thing though, is
Smart usage of that tick
what
to pop
what
it up.
choice do you have at this point? You need to delay them because they have more units than you, and you don't have the eco to make more units than them.
It's definitely looking like a dire situation where I'm not sure Pro can do anything at this point. Like maybe
Yeah,
popping
the time
Zal's
is ticking.
commander
If they snipe Zal's com is killable.
Ooh.
Definitely killable, but
It's
one bull and a few
just-
ticks, not enough.
That Starlight
And now-
is just too much.
Yeah, and the Starlight just keeps valuing, getting more value. And when you're half the enemy's army value, you can't be getting valued.
Oh.
You have to be making something crazy happen.
Yeah, these bulls are just getting absolutely destroyed by the Starlight. It is just the flanking damage plus from the ticks into the Starlight. They're just popping out and dying. There's no
Yeah,
ability to fight this.
it's 3 shots to kill a bull, and if they get flanking damage, it's down to 2 shots. It looks like they might get this bull here.
Oh,
again-
man.
Again,
Well,
it just doesn't. They get it, but at what cost?
yeah, really. I mean, it could have been a
6
lot worse, but it is definitely not good. Sash is continuing the pressure on the other side, and Florio just also they can't give him any units. Like this whole time they're fighting a desperate battle against Zhao that these bulls are just gonna keep driving.
it's what, 6, 7, maybe even 8 bulls died there to kill a starlight, another bull, and 12 ticks.
Just going over that hill like a bunch of lemmings, just they just keep running into the starlight one by one. Oh, I see a lich on the minimap. 2 liches on the minimap.
Yeah, they've decided they're just going to end this nice and quickly with the freefall classic. You're at an advantage, you know you're ahead. How do you make sure the enemy can't play? You lich their commander. Or if you don't find the commander, you just lich their fusion and their lab, and they also can't play the game.
Luckily for them, Randy, of course, boosting the lab. Yep, Zhao even pinging it. I'm assuming... Oh, opting for the safer kill the economy first. And, yep, already targeted the commander's position. Yep, Pro's calling it. All right. Pretty dominant game one.
Very nice. Yeah, very nice game out of Casual Newbies. They took that pressure. It looked a little bit dangerous, but one must think that the first 2 Janus were good, the second 2 Janus were maybe good. But 2 more Janus and 10 Blitz was definitely an overinvestment by Pro. If they'd not gone for that plan, they'd maybe gone for their own T2 with that map advantage.
I feel like if they were going to invest in 10 blitzes like that, that means they're already investing more in a tier 1 play. Then you got to keep doing it. Like either respond with your own tier 2 or stay all in tier 1. Don't half do a tier 1 all in. Then you're just behind for no reason. And even then, there was a good chance I think that they held that if there was just a little bit better micro, like, or if there was a little bit better control.
Honestly, watching those. I think when the 2/3 bulls got degunned, that was the game was just done at that point, because that was the last point of strength on the map, and it's one of the worst feelings as a person who's gotten units degunned in tournament finals.
Yeah, very stressful moment.
I can relate to this.
Look, even Zhao, we saw in OS3 was getting like his only job micro in 1 unit, and he would get it degunned, and it's like, okay, it happens. You know, it literally happens to all of us. It is a very stressful moment, and you really have to do like perfect micro almost for some of these units.
Because it's difficult to account for radar wobble, because you're not sure where the radars wobble.
Yep.
In which direction, and so sometimes you think the comm is further away, and sometimes it's much closer than you think.
That being said, Zhao's micro this game absolutely dominated club. Like that was well done.
Yeah, he definitely controlled super nicely there. I do again. I was like, what ifs? I do wonder if after they'd made the Janus, instead of going into the Blitz play, I feel like that's a map where you can do bombers and just pump out 10 bombers and go at the enemies.
I think
if you know that they're T2.
Yeah, the only thing that was awkward is Otto owned the hill at that point, so they would have had vision of the air being made,
true.
And
they did have that.
They showed on Pools of Illis that they could pop out a shredder so quick. And 1 flank is already enough in a lot of tier 1 air that it's
maybe
gonna be hard to
even
get value.
A Banshee play, you know, just to deny all those mexes, every mex, because they felt.
Cool. Yeah, actually.
That looked so far ahead to me in terms of the map, but they just couldn't transition that map advantage into catching up with the tech advantage that Casual Newbies had.
Randy. Oh man, yes, yeah. I actually that would have been really interesting.
Right there.
Yeah, for sure. That would have been interesting to see the like a Banshee play like that. At least we've seen it a lot in like the 1v1 tournament, where they'll just make
mosquitoes
or mosquitoes,
with Legion.
Where you just
even
make
better Banshee.
like 10, 15 of them, and you just spread them out around the map, and you just kill their entire economy in like 2 seconds. And that would be kind of
that's a very Randy play.
Yeah,
that's very much something I'd see Randy do. So. Maybe we will see it. Maybe that is something they're going to pull out later.
Yeah, I mean, well, here we are, faster than light. Please, no monkey paw. Let's see if this ends up being a good game.
1 hour game. 1
hour
hour
God.
game. Let's go, baby.
No, please, please. The last FTL game I've seen, it was the most dented, like, just brain-melting game I have ever seen, I think, in bar, which I've seen 4-hour lava straights, alright? So that's saying something, but oh, man. Alright, let's look
Honestly,
like
I've not seen this map a lot. So I'm excited to see what strats teams pull out here.
Yeah, I'm actually interested as well with the 3v3. You know, I feel like there's a lot of like different co-op things. I feel like we could see, so we could see some pretty interesting builds.
How likely are you going to see 2 heavy transports flying commanders into the enemy base this game?
Heavy I mean, you know, it's definitely not possible. I think we're gonna see heavy transports no matter what, just for a lot of like the high ground control.
Just wait for the T2 transport meta. We all know it exists.
Oh my
no one
God.
uses it though.
We saw it today. Sorry, we saw it on last weekend, right? With the qualifiers with I think it was Casual Newbies actually doing the tier 2 air rush, you know, which again, that doesn't make sense, but it is what's happening on Gasbag, where they rushed two tier 2 transports. Wow, mouthful. Just for comm dropping, and we could see it again, but probably not on this map, as they did have access to an easy geo on Gasbag. That's not really the case here.
This geo is far harder and far more difficult to get to. I guess there's 2 of them.
Yeah, there's 2, and both of them are in like, okay, good luck taking those geos. That is, you have to have like already be winning the game, I think, to own those geos.
Yeah, definitely not the easiest one.
Very
we are
interesting
seeing
spawn.
very different spawns, yeah.
I'm assuming we're
Casual
gonna
newbies with a much more standard spread, probably less.
I'm gonna assume we're gonna see Randy with a very quick walk. I don't know which direction he's going to walk. Probably to cut off the middle path, but
So they've indicated something on this one hill here by Florio. So
that is true.
I'm guessing middle and dropping a radar there, possibly, or an AA.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know what exactly. It's got to be something like that. I don't think they're gonna do a high ground lab. Although we've seen in some games where people will do high ground labs up there for like Arty, right? Because like tier 1 Arty will just hit 40% of the map. Like it hits so much of the map.
This is asking what club has cooked on this map.
Yeah, really.
Argentinian barbecue.
Argentinian barbecue, yep. We'll have to see. It's funny seeing the chat and people asking, is FTL a map in the pool? And it's like, well, it is. Just we haven't seen it the whole tournament, but it is. It definitely is.
Maps that you want to avoid as much as possible while you're getting to the finals, but once you're in the finals, you're willing to show people what you thought about on this map.
Alright.
Oh no, Randy's just going straight for the forward lab, yeah. Interesting.
A lot of 4 cons instantly. I mean, I guess when you have this much BP and 2 commanders metal, like you can do this very quickly, but I'm curious if we're gonna see like a hard aggro like Janus push or something. As you know, those types of builds used to be somewhat popular on maps like this when you're like 2 feet from your opponent.
Both sides opting for the arm lab, so
no Cortex
possibly.
this time. Yeah. Well, both sending their rovers across the map. We'll have to see if anybody manages to get some value. I feel like it's gonna be kind of hard on a map like this to do that, but
2 rovers passing each other like ships in the night.
yeah. Well, Randy not microing his rovers. Rare moment of him not microing actually might stop him from getting. Ooh, just barely gets in.
He sneaks in, and that's actually annoying. That is not what you want to have happen.
Well,
You do see Club currently with a side of the cliff taking mexes.
That is kind of smart. I didn't realize you could do that on this map. He is actually just, like, I can see it on the minimap. He is just taking all those mexes from the cliff above. That is actually quite smart. Alright, he managed to get 1 mex. Getting in here is actually very brutal with how choke pointy this is.
Yeah, no, this is one of the worst things that could have happened for casual newbies in this early in the game.
Yeah.
It's hard. We do see a Janus. We see Whistlers coming out.
1 Janus, 1 Whistler on repeat. Alright.
Oh, that is a meta.
That is an interesting build. Is it?
You know the real counter to this? You just click the Whistler button. You
You
don't click
just-
the Janus button.
Well, you know what Otto is making? He's just
Wow,
making
yes.
whistlers.
And Otto knows.
Oh
This
man.
is the one way to just hard counter Janus Whistler. Just make more Whistlers.
Yeah. Well, this might look
So-
very familiar to anybody that plays 8v8, as I think we've seen this exact thing play
Oh,
out.
does he get
Oh
a D-gun?
no!
Oh no, and it doesn't even. Are the Janus on hold fire?
No,
I
that
wonder
was
if it
fire
was.
will. That just didn't even have time to shoot. I was just, oh man, that was maybe game losing, Janus. Like that, like every single unit matters in a moment like this. Losing a single unit is so overwhelmingly bad.
And Randy is going to just so much ship damage. Like, you think you can walk in and tank Whistlers, but if you are
No,
eating
no.
every shot, he's at 50% HP.
I don't know if he realized you can dodge Whistler shots. I mean, I guess he just wants to get as
There you go, there you
yeah,
go.
there,
He's-
like he wants to get as close as possible, but yeah, I don't know if he can afford to be taking that kind of damage. There we go. We're getting the Randy Juke shoes.
And now you see the Whistlers start firing at the Janus.
Yeah, Janus just
Quote a famous
cannot
man.
close the gap. Like they just can't do it. It's
But-
just
But this is pretty good for Pro. At least they're denying area, they're denying mexes. This LLT is going to be extremely annoying. It's just, I don't like this Janus back switch. I guess it gives them more flexibility into killing commanders faster.
oh, Floria taking some poke there, but yeah, this is definitely gonna be down 100%. Oh, Sash I didn't realize was in a heavy transport. That could have been awkward,
Yeah.
but. It does manage to degun the LLT. Florio's lost so many units here already. I really do think you're right. Making more Janus here is not the play.
No, like at this point you either completely switch your build and go T2, or you go Arty. Like, the only thing that like now trades once you're behind the Whistler ball is artillery. Honestly, they should
man.
just be putting walls down. Like, the fact that they're not dropping walls while having a Whistler war is surprising.
Yeah, they're literally in a battle of efficiency, right? With this Whistler Janus comp, and frankly, they have lost the efficiency battle so
Yeah.
resoundingly that it's already kind of over. Like they're already
Pretty
being
much.
forced out of the area.
It's funny because like army value is dead even, but their army can't fight. Like, Janus cannot fight. There's no point to be making more Janus. They just, once you reach like 10, 15 Whistlers, you just start one-tapping Janus. And the Janus, unless you hold fire and catch the Whistler ball in a bad movement, like now could be a good time to
Yeah,
turn
like
around
around-
and try to get that
Oh,
where they can't arc away. But if you, I guess if you have enough
No.
units,
Yeah, I
if
was
they
gonna say-
keep going, yeah, and they don't.
Oh, Sash's. His move commands there were very aggressive. I'm actually. Is he gonna keep going? This is looking. Oh, he
think
is.
so.
He's absolutely gonna keep going. This is Club's trying to
there
catch
is
him
a
with the
AL
Whistlers. Oh.
Whistlers are surprisingly good at shooting down transport.
I mean, Sash can just tank this. I think. Oh, this is so dicey.
Can he? No, he can't. The Whistlers.
Oh, that was so close. Actually, so
He's-
close.
His helmet is sitting on top of the cliff, but his body went all the
I
way
didn't even
down.
I didn't see that. That's so funny. Oh man, that was so close to
That's a-
succeeding. And if that succeeded, I think the game was over. Like that was
Yeah,
very
that's
close.
just going to be irrecoverable damage. I don't really get why they're still sitting on T1. And like, if you're watching this fight, you see that the Janus walk forward and die.
That being said,
Like, they just
they're
get
not
stabbed.
they're not making more units. Like their lab is idle.
That is true.
I'm curious. It's looking like Otto's getting ready for a tier 2 transition, but like there is actually kind of a scary amount of
be good.
units in front of them now.
There is a defender's advantage that exists.
Especially with
Also with
Whistlers.
Whistlers.
Like, yeah. So many of these Janus are going to die just closing the gap. You know, Club opting... I'm assuming Club is opting to make a bunch of these blitzes to go raid along the outer edge, but...
Oh, we are seeing some suicide drones being made here
Ooh, Martyrs.
by Sash.
Interesting.
Yeah. There's currently a bit of a blitz war going on, which is actually going to favor Team Pro.
Wonderful.
It seems like, in my opinion, the splitting of their build between ground and air is kind of catching casual newbies in a bit of a bad situation, yeah.
Well, Randy did just spot the martyrs, but they have no AA on their base. Martyrs getting 4 solars and a max. Yeah, that's not bad.
Not bad. Problem is they did get a free comm donated to them, which has almost equalized the metal. If they didn't get that comm, they're just down 2,000 metal at the moment.
Yeah, Casual Newbies has lost a lot of their southern mexes and all their high ground mexes now, except for the ones where Otto's commander is. Randy, very dangerous. Degunning some Janus.
Yeah.
Gets one of them, but takes a decent amount of damage.
This is where Janus are good. Janus plus Commander, pretty good unit. Janus plus Whistlers, not so good.
Very smart.
Interesting.
Sash flying a contoured forward to probably repair and reclaim.
They're very nice there to catch that.
A lot of metal on the ground.
Oh, okay, they're going T2, that's why. I see. We have mosquitoes coming out as well. What an interesting set of decisions. Seeing the Whistler Ball and still committing into air to create a little bit of pressure.
Yeah. I mean, the mosquitoes could get value, as like the Whistler Ball is kind of slow, and like there's a lot of exposed mexes still.
Yeah, there's definite value in this. It's not what I would call. I wouldn't think it's the most efficient play, and we see another commander in a transport, but this does look like it's more likely to just go take mexes.
Look, I always think that,
I think,
and then they eat themselves at the enemy, and that's usually end up regretting it.
The power of the transport compels you to fly your commander into the enemy base.
Ooh, catching a couple cons here with these mosquitoes actually kind of sucks. It's a decent investment he's losing.
At this point, the mosquitoes have made their money back. They stopped the blitz raid through bottom. They're stopping the counter expansion that would give Pro a chance. And we see T2 is out, the Mausers are here. And if there's something that Whistle Balls don't like,
Bull Mauser.
Mausers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is
Mausers are bad times. And
they're still making
Pro just has no T2.
Yeah, they're still making Whistlers on repeat, which at least the Stouts can fight up a bit, but Whistlers just cannot. Like they will not fight up into Bull Mauser. They will. They're just food.
This is a good angle they're on. Good engage angle.
Ooh, he's going.
Could honestly kill.
He's not quite reacting quick enough, I think. And just catch one of the Mausers.
One of the Mausers. And you just see Janus struggling with retreating units. Zal's Janus just dropping all the damage down, and Florio's Janus just not even connecting their
Here
shots.
come the mosquitoes. They're flying into a lot of AA, but Randy does not have the energy to cloak.
Yeah, Randy's down, definitely.
100% he's going to die here. Kills most of the mosquitoes, but Zhao's commander is in position to go secure that.
Yeah, and now the Bulls are going to start showing up, and they just don't have a T2 prospect on the map.
Yeah, they haven't even thought of it. Like, they're still just in Stout on repeat. I just...
And
Bulls
unfortunately, Stout on repeat into Bull, Mauser, Whistler, Janus.
Oh my god. They're just getting slaughtered.
In a choke point? In a choke point,
yeah,
not going to work. Like, maybe in an open field, you can pull this off. Okay, they're going to go all in on an airplay, it looks like to me.
Oh, interesting. I mean, this is this feels like a crazy thing to do with a Bull Mauser literally 2 feet in front of them. You know what I mean? Like
with Whistlers still. Maybe they're going to try to get a transport out to fly in and.
That is true. It's not like they can kill this with like mosquitoes. There's so many Whistlers. Like this is.
There's the transport coming out, but even now, like, I'm pretty sure as long as Zal doesn't fall asleep at the wheel, he can just target fire the transport with what Whistlers he has left, and he'll win.
And this army just cannot gap close. Like, it just cannot catch just the Whistler Mauser Bull. It just can't do it.
And the worst news is that behind all of this fighting, Casual Newbies has built a fusion, it looks like, and is upgrading their mexes to T2.
Ooh.
Okay, Club's going, oh, you know what? Maybe you don't go for the army. You just go for the base.
You know, they have no vision of this because of that high ground radar shadow. They actually have no idea this is happening
They are
till
going to see
now.
it here. Now they're aware.
And there are not. There's like two fighters out. Club could do this. The
I
path
don't know if
he's
he'll
taking.
get there. No, he's getting shot by two. No,
No, it's too much AA. Too much. Unfortunate. I mean, they were in a moment where that was kind of their only
Yeah,
chance.
they had to gamble at that point. There was really no play left. Their last commander is sub 2000 HP.
Man.
And now they have bulls coming down the bottom passage as well. And no way to contest the mid passage's army. And Zal's commander knocking on the top door as well.
Yeah,
So,
and it's Stouts fighting a commander. Like, Stouts, like, they can fight into a commander, but it is not an easy, like, it's just not easy. Oh, their base is dying. I'm not
and
seeing
the
any chance
GG
here.
is called. Yeah, no, that is just
They are calm.
pure control.
It was
Cool,
close.
calm and collected
I think.
out of casual newbies there.
Sash, of course, seeing his helmet. He almost made it to the top of that hill. His body exploded and just threw the helmet at the hill. Very good.
The helmet landed, but the rest of the comm did not.
Oh,
That
man.
was so funny.
He was
Oh, that
so
was
close
one
to
of the
making
funniest
that.
deaths. Yeah, he was 0.1 of a second from getting that land off.
All right. It was close. It was it was kind of interesting how similar that was to just a normal 8v8 lane of just like okay, they both have the same lab, but like one team is just making too much of the wrong unit and they just lost. Like the game did not recover.
A lot of people like you often see the question of is Janus OP? And it's like Janus for things that can't counter it, very good.
Very good.
Extremely good at killing commanders. Janus for things that it can't shoot at, not very good.
And then it turns out there's quite a
Not
lot of
recommend-
things that Janus cannot shoot out. Like it actually is decently counterable.
Yeah, Janus
Unless
does
you're
not
commander.
want to walk into Whistlers, other Janus, Pounders. That's okay into medium tanks.
Okay,
and
that's just the
blitzers.
tank lab. Then you get into the bot labs, and it's like, okay,
Rocket
well,
bots, yeah, the
rocket
thing you
bots,
can
like,
never catch.
any spam, like, oh man, like, come on, so many choices to counter Janus.
But I think that was a very good example of like not switching up you've got a plan going into the game,
Yeah.
which is Whistler Janus, and you're just going to try to kill the enemy as fast as possible. But the enemy's decided to go the safe counter to you of just Whistlers because it's a choke point map, and not
Yeah, they
adjusting
didn't
your building
react.
time.
Yeah, they just kept making Janus Whistler until basically the end of the game when they swapped to Stouts. But like when they swapped to Stouts, Otto had a tier 2 lab, he had a fusion, he had like bowls and Mausers out. Like I don't know.
It was very much an all-in play that unfortunately walked into a brick wall counter. There wasn't, because even getting the commander, they were down on metal. Even having denied some of the mechs, they never caught up in metal. And that's while the team that goes T2 has also gone air.
And yeah, because the air start actually enabled them to get both high grounds super easily. Like they had, what is that, 7 extra mexes for a long time. Like they eventually lost one of the high grounds, but yeah, they had a lot of extra mexes that game.
And the mosquitoes just, much like shurikens do, shut down the raids that were coming down the other flank. Oh, you have 5 blitzers versus my 3 blitzers? Don't worry, there's 5 mosquitoes here to just kill all of it. So, looked very nice. Once again, really good game out of casual newbies. Pro definitely trying and being the more aggressive team as we thought they would be.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah, just didn't quite have
Sash,
the
Autopilot, and Zal just deflecting them at the moment.
Yeah. Didn't quite have the right build, I think, to fight into that. Or maybe Otto's was just the correct build. It is strange. Like for some reason, Otto is getting kicked every game, and Zhao is getting kicked every game. But hopefully, as long as they can keep reconnecting, hopefully it'll be okay.
Yeah.
All right, Pools of Illis, our third game.
So it's been a map that's been pretty interesting.
Yeah. It's
Lots of hoplite gameplay, goblin gameplay, mosquito gameplay.
It's a very interesting terrain where you have like two like north, you have like a north and a south like choke point, and then you have a very wide open like hilly middle. Like it ends up for like kind of different types of battles happening on each part of the map. It's kind of cool.
So now we're at the 2-0 point. What are you going to say? Which team are you calling for? Pools of Illos.
Well, when Pro is in this situation versus Pog, they pulled out the crazy builds. They pulled out the cheesiest of cheeses. I'm curious if that's going to continue to happen or if that was just a qualifier thing. As we did see, like what with the Aurelia game with what was it, Club 10 Mosquitoes calm drop on the Pog's base. Like I don't.
Yeah.
Will we see something like
like
that again? Maybe not. Do I want to? Absolutely.
I mean, if there's a time to do it, your back's against the wall. You do have 2 games still in hand. You have 1 game in hand to lose, 2 games to get knocked out. And so far, your strategies haven't been working. Why not?
Yeah.
Throw the kitchen sink at them. See if you can get something to stick. See if you can destabilize it. And maybe that's the way back in.
If you know that this team seems to be just performing better than you, and when it comes to just general strategies or just macro, that's when it's time to break out the cheese. That's when it's time.
I'm wondering if we'll see Legion. I feel like this is the map that I've seen the most Legion gameplay.
I think early in the tournament we would have seen Legion, but after the last few tournament days, I'm thinking no. I'm thinking ARM is still looking pretty dominant. Core has its moments, but ARM is looking strong, like very strong. You do have so many tools in both its air lab and its tank lab that I don't see that either one of those labs getting replaced. Not easily.
No Decurion push coming down the middle. 5 Decurions rushed through.
That build looks strong in Aurelia. It's possible. And Incandescence, though. We will not be seeing that map. Looks like they're getting ready to
They're
start.
ready. Okay, game 3 of Pro vs. Casual Newbies. What an exciting time to see this game.
I hope we go the whole way. I want to see a more macro map between these two teams, as we've seen a lot of knife fight maps where, it's just coming down to builds and execution, and so far, Pro has kind of been on the worst end of that, but...
The thing is, Pro has had chances.
They have, yeah.
Casual Newbies just slams the door shut every time. You think Pro's got something going for them. Just no.
Yeah, like Pro has it going, and then there's just some like small mistake that just snowballs into they lose the game, and it's just so unfortunate.
And even when Casual Newbies make a mistake, aka the comm drop failing by millimeters.
How did that not matter to the game? Like they got a free 1250 metal, and it did not matter.
Just nothing changed. The game state was exactly the same.
I mean, I guess Sash flying the con turret forward and reclaiming all those wrecks was basically as much metal as that commander. Like they basically immediately got that metal back.
Yeah, so every time they make a mistake, they cover that mistake almost immediately. That's very impressive. Very solid gameplay.
Well, we've seen...
Which is what we expect from these players.
It is definitely what we expect, for sure. Yeah. We've seen Casual Newbies build on this with Otto controlling like the armed vehicle lab, Zhao and Sash just kind of walking and grabbing mexes. I'm assuming we're going to see the same thing.
Yeah, I feel like you can leave your macro duties to autopilot.
For sure.
There's not much safer hands in the game than is at this moment in time.
I mean, everybody on that team is good at macro, but Otto is clean,
honestly, I could see all 3 of them doing it.
Yeah.
Like, you could do it. Any single one of them could be the main decision maker, but it does seem to lean towards autopilot being the chosen one for that.
Chosen one, yep.
He's been chosen. He has ascended at this point.
I think we've seen Pro play this map, and I'm racking my brain for what they did, and I'm just not remembering.
Wasn't this the game versus DME? Didn't DME play against them?
I think so. Yeah. I remember Randy was making fat boys from that position versus like the incinerator, and that fat boy got incinerated. I remember that game. I'm curious. I don't think he meant to do arm bots, or if he did mean to do arm bots, well, I'm
I
curious.
was immediately referring to that. Holy.
Look. I, as the person who has chat turned off, okay, I do not get to see Sash throwing down shade at my poor Randy. I'm curious. I'm curious if he's still going to go that route of a.
We do see arm bots out of Randy.
Okay, but he can still tier 2 arm bots is a very bold choice in these tournaments, as I do not know if I have seen that lab had value in a tournament setting for quite some time.
I think there's definitely play that can happen out of it, but it can't. It feels suboptimal.
I feel like
you
need to be later economy for that lab to be good. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you want to be on like fusion at least, because the best unit out of it is the sniper, but sniper's not very good immediately normally because
that lab
is playing against lots of small units.
The lab is a fantastic Doom push, and it feels like it has a very, very weak early game. But we'll have to see if Randy opts for tier 2 arm bots if we do end up getting there.
We do see armed vehicles out of autopilot,
shockingly,
as pretty much expected at this point.
One of the most common labs you'll see in a co-op based tournament we've found, but as once again everything ARM has in their tank and air lab is just very, very good. A lot of tools for a lot of different scenarios.
There is no real weak point in that lab, so yeah.
Turtles. You know what? It took me a second. Turtles. Not
you know you
okay.
say that, but of
okay.
all the amphibious ones, yeah, they're okay. They're not even bad.
They're not bad.
That's the most shocking.
They have AA
you
and
do
they're
see
tanky.
The stick getting in, yeah. Actually doing some pretty serious damage. Two mexes
nice.
with no calm there.
Not bad at all. Two mexes for one tick is definitely a trade he'll take any day. There are a lot of rovers out now, and these ticks are going to have to probably run for the hills.
Yeah, they're not going to stick around for long. Otto was trying to go super greedy with, I think it was triple con. He cancelled the second one to get out the rovers, which was the right choice because they would take some serious damage.
Both teams so much BP already built on their labs. You know, these co-op shared economies, you definitely need it.
Yeah.
It's gonna be interesting.
Randy's tier is really funny.
Oh, I gotta
he has 100 ticks in tier.
Oh, he's going so tick heavy. That is not what I would have expected. I mean, I guess that with that many rovers, you know, he kind of probably needs like a decent amount of ticks, but kind of figured we would see a little bit more pawn heavy battles. And realistically, we probably
is not coming out from autopilot.
Yeah, once the blitzes get on the field...
he switched. Yeah, he listened to you.
Yeah, look,
your...
ticks into blitzes are a little unfortunate, sad sort of fight. That's not a fight you want to be on be the ticks, you know?
Yeah. Ooh, I think Club made a bit of a mistake here. He's missed one of these mexes on his queue at the moment.
Oh.
He has a...
Oh, he has, yeah. He's totally missed that mex. That's kind of unfortunate.
He's currently got he's in charge of the pawn, so his mind's not there. Okay, he noticed, he fixed it with his con, very nice.
Ooh, one rover gonna get
good
through?
fix there.
Not quite. Well, maybe it does actually.
Apparently coming out ahead of this early game, if you're just looking at the eco across the board, it's very slightly pro-favored.
Yeah.
Nothing noticeable yet, but it is slightly.
What's that?
That is a lot of pawns hiding in the shadows, yeah.
Just a faster 3-con expand, I think, versus, you know, casual newbies. 3 commander expand versus casual newbies. You know, Otto's a little later getting out of base, it looks like. Well, just starting his tier 2 lab as all these pawns are coming through.
I mean, 7 blitzes should stop 8 pawns. If I had to put any money down, I'm saying these...
They should.
Don't get much other than the mechs, yeah.
Look, I've been told
they are denying some mexes.
Alright.
That is true. Pawns definitely some players rate very highly.
And they definitely, yeah, that was kind of not worth. 1 LLT in a mechs for 8 pawns is, I mean, that's a lot of metal on the ground there now.
If Florio could somehow pull off a comm snipe here, I'd say this early game's looking fine, but... Oh, we see the switch. We see the switch. Randy going with arm air.
Okay.
Oh, we see the T2 coming up here. This is the question.
Curious.
What does he do?
Yeah. Banshees. Oh my god, he hurt us. I'm
Just
assuming
ask for this, and we shall now receive.
with that number, I'm going to assume this is far more of a mech snipe angle rather than
Yeah,
a
this
comm
looks
snipe
like a
angle.
mech snipe to me.
Alright, we have
I
a,
wonder how soon they find out.
a decent amount of pawns going towards the east, but I mean there are already Jags on the field, and yeah, pawns don't fight that. They don't even look at Jags without dying.
Yeah, it's unless this Jag runs straight into the pawns, they're not even gonna.
Oh,
take a
that
look.
mech's kind of awkward, but yeah, no, even then, I'm pretty sure, yeah, 2 Jags clean this up very easily.
They haven't seen the air yet.
So he made those 5
Well, there
Banshees
is a
and is
radar.
swapping to tier 2 arm bots, which,
Well, look at that.
oof. Look, maybe Randy will make it work. I have no idea how that lab fights into Jag Bull Starlight, but you know what? We're going to find out. As maybe he just holds defensive until he gets the economy to actually get that Doom push
They're
going.
not even sniping the mexes with the Banshees, they're just breaking the defenses, actually.
Opening the door for the pawns is kind of interesting, but I don't think they have enough here to kill. Oh, Florio with the comm walk. This seems very optimistic. I mean, even if he trades with Otto's
Ooh.
commander here, like, what does this do?
I think the idea is to delay the AGO as long as possible.
Oh, maybe. I mean, just the threat of the commander there is going to really slow down the idea. Like, I mean, it is slowing down this AGO.
Actually, honestly, these Banshees found a fair bit of damage, yeah. Not like game ending, nothing super bad, but
Forced out a Shredder.
Casual Newbies, yeah, and they've lost a lot of their position. 2 Shredders, actually, that's
man.
900 metal.
They're starting the AGO now. I mean, they delayed the AGO by a tiny bit. I mean, it's looking like Pro is opting. They got a few tier 2 mexes up. I'm not gonna be surprised. Yeah, they also are looking like they're setting up for the AGO.
Oh, that's just got here just before the beamer was up. Oh, that's unlucky for Club.
Yeah, 2
If
Jags
that beamer had
here.
gone up, then these Jags are not doing anything, but now those 2 Jags are a serious pain for them.
It's gonna take them a bit
like
to
this
break that,
Welder.
but yeah.
Well, they might be heading off this Jag play just in time, honestly. You just have to be precognizant if you play on bots.
I guess.
Be in the
Like,
position
what is
ahead.
that luck? Like, I found the one spot that Jag was going. That's crazy.
You just need to be able to read your opponent's soul
Ooh, the Geos.
to make sure you take no damage.
Oh, I was gonna say the Geo's getting pressured a little bit. I look down there, it's 2 rocket bots. Take that back.
There is theoretical pressure.
Yeah, they're making Florio's making Otto think about him, but not really real actual pressure.
I wonder if you couldn't just actually go over the heavy transport, like
Just
one heavy
drop it?
transport, and you just send your comm in there.
I mean, maybe there's a shredder right behind it, and as you know, Kuchi did see earlier, you know that shredder will kill the medium transport very quickly. Oh,
That is true.
Randy missing that D-gun. Kind of awkward there, but does manage to eventually catch that Jag.
Can we see this AGO just being up, giving them a pretty big advantage? Pro is getting their AGO up, but they have no metal at the moment.
Yeah, Randy's making a lot more units than Otto is. Otto is focusing their entire economy right now on just upgrading mexes, and it's kind of.
And there's a lot of defenses coming down for Pro. Pro has multiple beamers, multiple
yeah.
LLTs,
Oh, Zhao has
multiple things that are just not eco.
Zhao has a Mauser now, and all these beamers and LLTs that Club just made are just slowly going to get whittled down. As he has
Yeah.
one welder to actively walk out, sally forth, and fight this this Mauser, and I don't know if one welder does that job. I was trying to make a sneaky peek.
I almost
behind
want to see Randy just eat the spot lab and switch into vehicles. There's an argument that this is a map where you could do a welder sniper push.
I think they could, yeah.
But,
like a doom push right down mid. That being said,
Yeah,
Randy
those-
is the only person I've ever seen do Fat Boy on repeat right next to Razorback on repeat. So you know what? There's definitely some things that could happen here. Florio denying
not
a couple
possible-
2-2 mexes, but are you?
Yeah, and he's got some spiders coming, so this might actually cause some problems for this AGO in about 30 seconds.
Oh yeah, Club has his own spiders as well, managing to push back that Mauser. It's probably definitely going to force a response from Otto soon, and it looks like we see Jags or Bulls moving, Jags and Bulls moving
Bulls, yeah.
up towards help Zhao.
I'm a little bit surprised that Club's not denying this Mex in the bottom side. It's got a welder right next to it. This Mex is just tugging away for Zhao.
Oh yeah, true. His commander's in a
Okay,
very strong position too. Like Club has that
You are
sneaky
right.
beat.
It's a Fat Boy sniper push.
No way. It is a Fat Boy sniper. Oh man. Randy likes his Fat Boys. I've definitely noticed a trend in a lot of the games that I've watched recently of Randy. He's a big Fat Boy enjoyer.
I mean, I like Fat Boys, but
You don't like
I
him
don't
like he
know.
likes Fat Boys. I'll tell you that.
clearly I'm not on the same level here.
Oh man. Randy, his commander, is kind of the only thing in between two bulls in his base. Kind of dicey here. If he's paying attention, it's degunnable, but he is paying attention.
I mean, Sash doesn't know.
And even then, Sash he smells it out. He opts to back
Yeah.
off there.
Something is a little bit too suspicious for Sash. Club is losing his spiders. Oh, for some reason, Club had the spiders targeted on the Shredder, so he got away with.
Interesting. I mean, Randy did drop another air lab, but it looks like he's doing it just for scouts. Well, the Fat Boy is waddling its fat little legs up here. Gonna try and pressure Sash a bit. I mean, all these spiders. Oh, actually, Sash took a lot of damage from that volley.
Ooh, Club is going to go down, yeah. As well.
Oh, the last Mauser shot doesn't quite manage to get in the sneaky Pete field. Very unfortunate death there.
That's bad.
I think
that
bad might
is-
be understating the situation here. This is,
That's very bad.
yeah, we
That
might go so far as to say very bad.
is possibly catastrophic,
Yeah.
but
I really like this.
maybe.
Randy's trying to get a
Depends.
Fat Boy over here, but I mean he has an air lab. I'd really like to see him like heavy transported or medium transported over here.
Because that feels so bad, because if these units are just pushing mid, you're so much happier as pro, but sending a Fat Boy and a sniper to your flank is not what you want to be doing.
Yeah, very unfortunate timing. I mean, even like
We
a
do see
Fat
some-
Boy or just like a single sniper for Florio would be really high impact too to pressure this AG. Oh, this sneaky peek could be funny.
Yeah. We do see some very good value on this Dragon Claw for delaying.
Florio?
Just enough to get up.
Oh my god, he almost just killed himself. I don't know if he thought he was cloaked for some reason, but he just started walking into the pit bulls and almost just died.
Florio kind of needs to uncloak at this point. Oh.
Okay. Yeah, that is a very unfortunate miss micro. Lost so much HP there.
Oh man, this just feels so bad. All this pressure that Pro should have been putting down mid is now being forced into going bot side. I don't even think they should. I think Randy's making a mistake giving these units. They should all be joining Florio's units in mid and just pushing Sash. Or be going straight up towards Sash's base, yeah.
I mean, Sash's
I
commander
think-
is like one shot. Like there is pressure here that you'd much prefer doing for sure.
I don't see what this does for them in like the next 2 minutes of coming down here that isn't covered by these defenses already.
Yeah, like a rattle already kind of deals with all this just fine, especially with the defenses in front of it. Maybe they're just
these
cutting
units are
off now.
so slow The thing is, while the sniper is so slow, like vehicles you don't mind going on the flank, rear positioning, go murd, reposition.
Yeah.
But with a spark push, you just want to be pushing forward.
Look, they called it Doom
And they're
Push
not.
for a reason, right? You pick a direction and you go. Having to redirect to another flank is definitely not what you want to do with this sort of push.
And now you see, they spent, what, a minute moving to the flank to help, and now they're pushing back up, but
Especially 'cause,
now
like,
there's a counter push coming.
Like, the rattle took care of it by itself. They didn't even need the units. The units themselves didn't actually
They
shoot.
didn't arrive, yeah. We do see Club's favorite unit, sprinters, showing up on the
Oh,
field,
no.
and there is, to be fair, a gaping hole here in Sashkaran's base.
Ooh, I see some liches on the minimap. Looking like Auto going
Yeah.
for the classic. If there's one thing Welder Sniper is not gonna deal with, it is 2 liches.
Yeah, they do have their own fighters, but this just is very sad.
Yeah, tier 1
All those
fighters
units-
into tier 2 is, especially tier 1 fighters into, like, liches as well. Like, they're not gonna kill them quickly enough with how much tier 2 fighters there are here.
Yeah. Yeah, all the fighters are borderline dead already.
Lich
And
chasing
even
down
the
sprinters.
sprinters.
Yeah. Sprinters slightly too grouped up. Just getting caught. Multiple sprinters getting caught in the Lich bombs. Tick's gonna catch a couple starlights from Randy.
Yeah, that's a nice catch. At least something went their way. And maybe these sprinters can take out some mexes, because the lichers will danger close these mexes very hard.
Yeah, any tier 2 mexes they manage to kill here actually is pretty high value. You know, like even though they can just res the mexes, it's still like all that time spent, no metal
Oh,
income.
wait, the lichers...
The Liches paused? I don't. They definitely
yeah.
didn't manage
Yeah,
to do.
they're giving it to Zhao so that he can smash this defensive line, and oh boy, is this
Oh.
going to be expensive. Honestly, why didn't they just kill the Agio?
I'm
Yeah,
assuming.
okay,
I mean, trading a Lich for just an Agio, you kind of don't even want to do that. That's not. That's okay,
At
but
this point, it's good, but I mean, yeah, if they get into the base and just kill the lab,
yeah, that's way
fusion.
better. Way better value.
that's game. Honestly, I don't think there's a recovery at this point.
Yeah, losing just the lab maybe would have been fine. Losing the fusion in the lab is definitely too much. Oh man, Sash is
like,
entrenched on this hill now.
Yeah, and unfortunately, there's so much resources also spent into just random AA pieces, and none of it's helping, and Florio's comm just died.
Yeah, I didn't even see he was going for, I think, a sneaky comm walk or something. He's underwater. How did he even die? What did I miss?
I think a pit bull just like headshot him. Because
just
remember
hit-
his comm was...
Head poked
Well,
out of
really
the water
low.
and he just got domed.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
so
guessing.
unlucky. Wow.
because his comm nearly died to his previous walk, and now he's back here.
Well, this is kind of a nice little position that Zhao has on top of the cliff with the one constructor just making nettles. So sniping a lot of
That
these
is
little
actually-
fighters.
I wonder what he's putting up the 2 con towers here for. I mean, if you put an LRPC up here, that would be pretty strong.
Yeah, I'm thinking, yeah, I was kind of going the same direction of an LFC on that hill has to be very annoying. And he's just about finished upgrading all of his mexes.
I mean, economically, metal isn't too bad for Team Pro at the moment, but e-income is just
Yeah,
extremely painful.
like a 7% metal produced lead at this point is like, okay. With that being said, losing the fusion, I think set for Pro back just way too much. They were already behind, and that just set them back even more. Like, it's just... Well, going for 2 separate Tier 2 labs, Pro is... Wait, 2 separate Tier 2 labs and a fusion. I mean, I guess they have the metal to spare, but...
We are seeing a mass gunship play. Some Hornets even out.
Oh, yeah, there are Hornets.
Couple
Yeah,
of Roughnecks.
not a gunship you see very often, as they are tanky, but very
Extremely
expensive.
expensive. Yeah, this is a pricey gunship, but honestly, I think if you have unchecked air control, they're probably insane.
Yeah, they're very fast, very tanky. Not terrible damage. I mean, they're pretty good. They're just very expensive for what you're getting. Well, there are a lot of these Tier 2 AA bots out, actually. Gonna be a little more annoying to drive into that.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think these gunships can just clean out the flanks, and also Zhao is doing the cheeky little walk here.
The tier 2 jammer. I wonder if he's gonna go for it. That'd be very funny.
Oh, this is all dependent on radar wobble.
Yeah.
He probably dies, but I would guess that he can. Is there a radar here though?
There is a radar, but
oh,
the
no,
jammer
there's
it's tier 2 jammers. So they don't have pinpointers. Oh,
Yeah.
that's a bad feeling.
This is the RNG that sometimes happens.
Yeah. And just like that, the
radar
north is
wobble.
open.
The door has been opened. The AGO is very exposed.
Gunships in the south going to probably clean up this entire position. Wait, I am absolutely shocked that I see Pro making 2 liches on the map, considering they absolutely have to know they have no air control whatsoever. I am very shocked they're making those.
I think they're just gambling now that if they put all their money, all their eco into these fighters, they can catch up. And
Yeah, maybe. It's gonna be hard. I think.
they just revealed the lich.
Yeah, they're going for Zhao's commander, but they're only sending one. Oh, Zhao's already hurt. True. I guess the one lich was enough. Well, that's one commander down. If they can clear some of the air here, I mean, maybe they can do something here, but...
Problem is, the 2 commanders are not easy to catch. There's already a Mercury in mud.
Oh, man. Pro has lost so many tier 2 mexes along this western side. I don't know if
Yeah,
this
the
is
gunships
probable.
are running wild. The tick swarm is running wild.
Hey, what are you gonna lich in your own base? Oh, he did actually. Wow, never mind. Like, killed a bunch of the ticks. I shouldn't have challenged him. He absolutely would.
The unironic lich.
Oh,
yes.
Randy needs to be real careful. Oh, D-guns his own tier 2. Both tier 2. Oh, he's D-gunning everything. All right. Randy knows. He knows. He's just blasting. A little bit of frustration maybe, but oh man, absolute dominant showing with that game again. Another dominant game.
It must be said, Team Casual Newbies is literally, at this point, 2, arguably 3 of the top players were at the second in bar on one team. So, like, they are performing to their expectations, in my opinion.
Yeah, for
But-
sure, for sure.
Pro is definitely no slouch, but man, they are not finding anything against them. Randy pointing out a good fact. I like that optimism.
Look, if there's somebody that can do it, all right? If there's somebody that can do it, I would not be surprised if it is Pro. And honestly, I hope we do, just so you see more games. I hope we see it.
Yeah, the 4-2 is seeming a bit less likely. The 4-0 is seeming pretty likely at this moment in time.
I mean, coming back from a 3-0 is so hard. Like, not even just how many games you have to win in a row, but the mental, like, damage of you've just lost constantly. Like, that's hard to get over. Like, even
And
for,
how
like,
they're
constant
losing
players.
is
True.
sad. It's not like these losses are... They're close, they're competitive, but they've never really had it in their hands. It's just outside of reach. They're looking through the window at the win.
Yeah, I mean, it's just pretty consistent just getting out macroed into, like, dying to air.
Some mistake on the map,
Yeah.
costing them their tempo, into dying to air.
Like, consistently, like, every game has been something along those lines. I mean, I guess FTL wasn't, but FTL was, that map, you know what? I've seen it enough.
That was that's a different story there.
Yeah. I don't know, gas
It
bag?
didn't go late enough for air.
It didn't. I mean, we saw some Mosquito play, but like,
Yeah.
even that was...
So we saw a com drop.
We did. Well, we saw an attempted calm drop. Gas bag is an interesting one. The mexes are high value. You have access to 2 easy, safe geos. Like, there's a lot of, like, cheesy rushes I think you could see on a map like this.
I've seen some interesting 1v1 strats here where people like rush gunships to try to snipe the geo. I've wondered why they didn't just rush bombers to snipe the Geo, but anyway, that's me thinking.
Look,
but
look, gunships go pew pew, all right, and that's cooler than big boom. All right, what else do you need? I mean, because
gunships go pew pew for a big boom, or
yeah.
bombs cause a big boom.
Oh god, we've devolved to speaking like infants. What's happening? Oh god, that's how you know it's been a long day. But
it reminds you of the Reddit post about old age in this game.
yeah. If you didn't know, if you're over 18, you're considered middle-aged to beyond no reason. Reddit posters. So sorry, all of you over 18-year-olds, join us in middle-aged.
We've been here for a while.
Yep. It's a rough life out there. Okay, we're drawing things.
Okay, you think we're going to see something different from
No,
vehicles?
on a map like this, maybe. Actually, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. This seems like actually a maybe worst case scenario map for armed vehicles. Like, even then, it's still like a really good lab. I wouldn't be surprised.
There's a lot of up and down, which is vehicles don't like that much. And maybe Starlight might struggle in many places here.
It's very choke
Ambassadors
pointy.
would be good.
Like, there's just not really a good
Bulls would be
angle.
good, Ambassadors would be good.
Yeah. You know what? If we think about it, most of the units in that lab would actually be pretty good in different scenarios on this map. Like,
Charles might be very good on this map, though. I wonder if we don't see core vehicle.
Dare I even say a tremor might be good on this map? Dare I say it? Should I be so adventurous?
It is mighty adventurous of you. I mean, maybe we see Medusas, some Legion gameplay coming.
Now who's being adventurous, right? It's certainly not me anymore. I don't know if we're seeing that. Oh, man. Looking like Pro with their spawns opting to do a little more normal, like everybody's gonna grab mexes as quickly as possible, whereas you know, casual newbies, two-man spawn on a lab kind of
standard
situation.
metal start and versus something co-opt on the Geo start.
Something co-opt on the Geo, yes. That's going to be the true thing, is the something is co-opt on the Geo.
My guess is if they're co-oping it, it's probably air, no? Like, when you do this, it's normally air that you co-op.
It was this team that we did see do an air rush at the start. So it's definitely a possibility.
If there is a map for Pro to come back on, it's this map. Not only because they have to, if they want to come back.
You know,
This is their final chance.
this is the map that I did see Randy go, that fat boy Razorback on repeat. This is the map, so, you know, I mean, maybe we could see things.
Here's a time to show us something.
Is it something good? Well, probably not. But it could be, and that's all that matters. It could be something good. Okay.
Armada, Legion.
Oh, so Club is
Okay.
opening Legionnaire. We are seeing that lab blueprint already placed down.
Man, but it feels so slow now if you're doing like
Legion-
3 people taking eco.
Legion vehicle is what's actually getting co-opted from casual.
Imagine
use.
doubting my call.
That's crazy.
Imagine
I mean, I am
doubting.
doubting a little bit. I'll be honest. Both teams doing Legion actually is blowing my mind a little bit. Okay, Randy is
I
opening
knew
there.
it all along.
Yeah, we know who's got the script here. It's not Austin, guys. It's Hells. Hells is the one. Randy is opting for a core vehicle lab, and I am somewhat confused at seeing the instant
Man,
Wolverines.
every single call.
Yeah, somehow. But again, would you expect Wolverines in this lab? Like, almost instantly? Like,
I honestly wouldn't expect these build orders to be fast.
look,
No.
3 Rascals, 3 Wolverines, 2 Cons is his queue. I don't... Excuse me? Like, we're doing what now?
Is there a way to drop these Wolverines somewhere that they're paying? A royal pay? Can you drop them like that?
That is actually a really good shout, considering we're seeing a lot of light transports being made. That is
Yeah,
actually a
I'm
very
wondering.
good case.
I'm wondering if Pro has actually scouted on this map for points
there
that you can drop units.
absolutely is. On top of the mountains, if you have to, there absolutely is. There's so many spots you can just drop of a tank.
Oh! They
That
asked
is-
Pro to show us something, and it looks like they have decided to answer.
Well, this is going to be very interesting. You know, Florida does just scout that they know that Casual Newbies has opened up with a Legion tank lab. So they will know that that isn't the case. It's not going to be another air rush. I want to see where they take these.
It's so slow though. This is not fast enough. Feel like they needed to be halfway across the map already.
Yeah. I mean, Randy's kind of e-stalling with this. He's just kind of turning off all of his mechs, boosting it like that. But I mean, clearly, if you just push harder, it'll make it come out quicker. I mean, right? Like, surely, I don't know.
Do they have a... Okay, they see. Okay, they see.
Oh, they just spotted it.
Not good.
Yeah, that's almost worst case scenario, spotting that transport.
And immediately Sasha's drawn where it's going to go.
That being said, they scouted the late. Oh, Club is waiting. He's waiting.
Club is sleeping. No, he needs to just go.
Yeah,
they need to get value right now. They're already behind because of this.
I mean, I don't think you can AA this. Not easily. Like, you need AA way far back. And I don't think they can do that.
I'm not sure how you counter this. Honestly, like...
Oh.
It is blind firing.
Yeah, they really need to get that scouted. Yeah. I did not think they would land there. I thought they would land on the higher portion. Wait, this is super annoying.
No. This is what I would have thought. But they should use the transports to give them line of sight.
It is looking like Club's base is dying behind this to a bunch of... Actually, it is fully dying to a bunch of, like, wheelies. No, Sash with the OP call out, and yeah, this is actually very dirty. Oh, sending the third one for Sal's base. Yeah, you just can't deal with this. I wonder if Auto can make an LLT on top of the hill to, like, punish it, but, I mean, they're losing so much.
This is killing me. Why aren't they getting line of sight with these transports? They can't afford to just blind fire like this. There's so much pressure. There's so much invested in this play.
Maybe
to succeed.
He's not sure he can't. Like, transports don't have that good of line of sight, right? Like ground line of sight. Maybe he's not confident.
Any vision is better than no vision.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like maybe,
they see nothing.
Maybe he's not confident of getting there. There are like 5 nettles here, or brambles. Sorry, there are 5 brambles here. Oh, targeting the Geo.
The Geo is big.
If that pops, that is brutal.
If they could have killed these wins, and I think it's just not going to work. They're going to just pick them up with transports. I mean, it's such a nice cheese, but just not.
Yeah, they really needed vision. A Club's going to try and dodge, but this just doesn't have room. Like, apparently, what they really needed was to also fly a Lasher here. And maybe
get a Lasher down there as well.
They did kill a lot of mexes and killed a decent amount of wins. But they did lose Club's entire base. Oh, man. I don't know. Pro does have more mexes? Like, they have more income at the moment? Like, this is very interesting. There is still one, like, already going.
Yeah, honestly, maybe it's fine. I mean,
how is this still going? Wait, the captured tank is giving them the vision that they needed all along.
That's so imagine funny. If they had that vision earlier.
I mean, they got a lot of value. I'm not even. I mean, they have the Geos losing the wins. It's not as big of a deal, but still, that was not terrible value.
It ended up working out when they got line of sight and they could actually focus what needs to be focused.
Captured.
Get a lot better.
Ooh, Helios into Maces. This is not a fight I think we've seen. Definitely not looking like something Helios can deal with.
We have mass Decurions coming down the middle for Team Casual.
Oh, there's so many on the minimap. Wow, look at that. That is a lot of Decurions.
And there is not a lot in front of them.
Yeah, I mean, how does the core tier 1 tank lab fight into Decurions? That's going to be the true question here.
Well, we're going to find out with a brute answer.
Yeah, I mean, Zhao, he's kind of in some danger, I think, until these Decurions get there. Oh, they just spotted, trying to fly one of those Wolverines back with the Return Descender transport drop. Did spot into Club's commander. Oh, no.
No, just drop! No, just use no these.
Oh, no. Ooh.
Oh, the horror.
You know, these fighters... Oh, the impulse. Wow. That is very unlucky. That was actually crazy. Like, full stop to that transport. I did not see that.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen that before.
I'm surprised, though, because Pro actually had more fighters. They could have escorted him at least.
Yeah.
And even once he saw it, it surprises me that he didn't just drop for this 3-mex cluster. Like, the com can take this. And that would actually, again, have, like, meaningful impact on this game.
Yeah, a little... Maybe he wasn't confident he could reach it. I don't know. There was...
Ooh,
my
these
God.
The Kyrians are being caught out here.
Yeah, the actual surround from actually quite a lot of brutes, managing to do quite a bit of damage, although Sash is here to get all the metal. Oh, but if all the Decurions die, actually... Oh, Deegan's coming in clutch. Oh, one last Decurion.
Another one? Man,
just,
that repair is so strong on them.
Wait, just like that, Sash is actually in some danger of Randy Micro as well, although Sash is getting some pretty hot Deegans.
Yeah, that's tough to micro medium tanks versus.
Yeah, core vehicle not really known for being able to snipe commanders, not easily.
This is Core's biggest weakness, the dealing with commanders with vehicles.
And Randy is starting to get the reclaim with a construction vehicle behind it. Sash giving another commander to go D-gun hunting.
Oh, with Randy.
Yeah, no turnaround on that hill.
That's painful.
Yeah, Mace is on the top of this hill, actually, trading pretty decently into, you know, the Decurions and Wolverines below the Wolverines below it. I don't know where he got those.
Yeah.
Can't imagine where.
Where could that have come from?
Hmm.
Wait, they still haven't taken all the mexes back in Club's base. I mean, this is a close game. If things had... There's so many things in this game where I'm like...
Yeah.
Pro has... I mean, honestly, I think Pro wins this one, to be fair. Like, look at the... What?
I mean,
maybe not.
Casual Newbies is
They
tier
have
2.
T2 vehicles out.
They
Yeah,
have...
Prometheus is dealing with this raid.
They have the AGO. Like, they're going for their second AGO.
Like
Those
an AGO.
pawns evaporated to that Prometheus.
Yeah, that was
Wow.
not a close fight.
No,
by
it
the
was
way.
not. I mean, these Prometheus is not looking quite strong into big tank, tier 2 tank balls. Into tier 1 trash. You know what? Pretty good.
They definitely seem pretty strong against tier 1 trash.
Well, Pro now they know there's tier 2. They know they're seeing units now that they're probably like already behind, as it has been pretty common for people to be rushing their AGOs in these games.
Oh man! Again, it's like you
stall.
look at this, and there's so many close things going on here, but this T2 is
Oh my god.
cleaning up most of the stuff.
Yeah. Pawn
Goodbye,
on
pawns.
repeat into Prometheus. That is not it. I'm gonna confidently
This is
say it.
not working.
Yeah.
And Sash just killed, I think, about 12 tanks, T1 tanks from Randy on this hill with these commander.
Oh, I'm surprised Sash walked at him there. If he just backed up, he killed Randy there without the trade. Like, he just had to laser him down. Kind of surprised he went for that trade.
I guess you just want to get commanders off the field, right? You're
Yeah,
a commander
yeah.
ahead. You have the T2 advantage. They're circling Florio, the final commander Pro has.
I don't know.
Unless Pro finds something crazy here, the door is being slammed shut on them at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, once again, like they're behind in tech, and their response is medium tank on repeat. And I mean that just doesn't fight into these Prometheus, as we can tell. Like they're just too strong in tier 1 stuff. Like they just kill it way too quickly.
Yeah, it feels like maybe against tier 2 they struggle, but against tier 1, Prometheus are actually cooking them.
Oh, this
Quite
is a good
literally.
surround. This is like a really good surround from the brutes. Like this is the best case scenario, and
Yeah.
even then, it's not the greatest trade. Like it's still killing quite a lot of brutes. They do manage to kill it.
It probably took out like 5 on its death, and that was with 10 more brutes on the full surround.
And there's just another one coming. Like Sash is getting really good D-guns here. He might die. It is looking like he's going to die.
But there's another Prometheus.
Yeah.
Just wiping out the tank wall.
Randy's starting to reclaim some of the corpses here, but that Prometheus is, I think, going to shut this down very quickly.
The problem is we have like a 300% E lead at the moment for casual newbies. Metal kinda even, but E-wise not at all even.
Just flying all the mosquitoes in blindly just kind of drove into that fighter swarm, and all of these mosquitoes are just they're just getting slaughtered. Like they're just not surviving this.
Yeah. They are killing the fighters because they have the AA, but again, they don't have the Eco 2B trading kills. They If they're not
Yeah.
trading up, they're losing.
Yeah, all
Trading
the
up is
mosquitoes.
equality at
Yeah.
the moment for them.
All the mosquitoes
This is
have
a bad
died.
place.
There's now a Prometheus slow waddling up this hill towards Florio, and once again, maces are not going to cut it. Like, they are just not going to do the job.
And there's a Prometheus driving down mud. It's
Oh, there's a
just
lot of
looking
Prometheus.
rough.
Everywhere we look, there's a lane with the Prometheus.
They have some Medusas being built.
And Pro just still on
Prometheus
tier
is
1.
currently getting mugged.
It's getting mugged, but yeah. The thing is, it's actually decently tanky.
Yeah, it's very tanky.
Not gonna
Like
die
what?
very quickly.
About 7,000 plus HP on the Prometheus. Yeah, 7,700. That is.
I don't know. I'm just keep
Extremely
looking
tanky.
back, and I'm just so surprised they're still on tier. They're still on tier 1. Like, I can't. It can't be the play here.
It's one of those where, like, you feel like you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. I think the comm play, where they lost their comm, in the club's comm going top,
Yeah.
was just the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, it was just too much.
They had no information with what was a really cheeky Wolverine play,
That was good.
but they just
yeah.
didn't have the info to abuse it. And
Man.
if Club had managed to take these 3 mexes instead up top, I'd say there's a fighting chance, because that opens the passage for them to do things, but now, literally just
I mean, look how many tier 2
casual newbies
mexes
is
there
closing
are.
all the doors.
Like, they have all their 8 geos. There's multiple tier 2 mexes. Like they're just look at the economic graphs. Like this is
it's
insane.
not pretty at the moment.
Oh, we're trying another cheeky drop of something. Are they pounder drops? Is it? Did 8D take over
Yeah, this
Randy's
is a-
computer? Like what is that? Oh, man,
And
looking like
even
they're
then, they got found and intercepted.
You know what? This is not AD. This would not have happened. This man's got destiny on his side. Well, his Medusas
That's
are
true.
getting caught actually by the brutes, which again very strange. The brutes are doing it. but-
Multiple Prometheus holding the
Oh,
line
God.
as well. Just there's nothing left. I
Yeah.
don't think there's any win condition
Oh, God.
at this point.
We're making lashers. We've reached that point. We're making lashers. I don't know why. Oh man, lasher brute is. Maybe the lashers will start shooting down Medusa missiles, man. I don't know. Like what else can they do?
Unless that Lasher becomes an ICBM to blow up both of the AGOs. Even then, the game still probably does.
Like their only hope here is if they blow up the Geo in casual newbies base, and even then, there's so many tier 2
There's-
mexes that's like.
Oh, we are seeing something fun though. Casual
we?
newbies making a Tyrannus for us.
Oh man, I mean that is oh my god, they have the economy for one of these things is not a good feeling when Pro is not going to enjoy feeling this
Yeah.
when they see this.
They build them if they have the eco or the resources in sub 30 seconds at the moment. So
This thing is 5,600 metal with nearly 80,000 energy is just
Yeah,
like Pro knows they're
Well,
behind by a lot.
this means you're really behind.
Yeah.
When you see this, you're like, that's a bad sign.
Yeah. And then, even then, if you
flying
look at the
kinetic
minimap,
multi-weapon
there's a lot of other bad signs.
Yeah, there are multiple bad signs.
Yeah, the vibes here, not good. Just real not good. Just everywhere you look.
Yeah.
Randy
Very
deciding.
cheeky play.
It was so. I mean, I really like that Wolverine play. It was just the not having any scouts to give them the vision they needed was just. They couldn't quite.
Yeah,
target
not
what they
having the
needed.
scouts, losing the base, and then not being willing to commit excess. To me, the transport should have been the scouts. That should have just.
Should've
Even
just
one of
thrown
them. You
in.
just needed
Yeah.
to see something. And sure, it's a sacrifice, but the more information you have, the more damage you can do.
Well,
But we see a dominating 4-0 there.
absolutely
from Casual
dominating.
Newbies.
Yeah, I Pro was dominating everybody else. It was kind of looking like we were, except for DME in the qualifiers. We did see held up quite well, but we expected that to be a little bit closer, I think. But casual newbies just not casual or newbies, looking pretty good.
The opposite of casual newbies, definitely.
Oh man. Well, I mean, if we have VDB here to update the brackets with that wonderful final winner of Faction Wars, it is in fact
Indeed.
Casual Newbies. Which, you know what? Well done. Good, well played. Oh, and it's looking like we even have Deb back. I was surprised to see you after, thinking you had to leave, but that was still I think we've seen a lot of really good games in this tournament, especially a lot of interesting ones concerning Legion. What do you think,
Yeah,
Hells? How are you feeling Legion after this?
Legion is very. I mean, it's one of those it still needs more information to me. I think they've got a good tier 1 setup, and their tier 2 is situationally playable, and their air seems good. Well, okay. Mosquitoes seem good.
Yeah, those Phoenixes, I don't know what's wrong with those things.
I watched the Phoenix, but something did not go correctly there.
Whoever's flying those planes need to be fired. All right, that was not good. They were doing zigzags. But
Whoever's holding the gun was just wildly swinging the weapon around
some real good
without
stormtrooper
hitting
aim.
the thing they were aiming it for. Yeah, they should audition for Star Wars.
Yeah.
I mean, with how good Andor is, I imagine season 3, they're a lock-in for the troopers there.
Yeah, for sure. Oh man, I know.
But I mean, we saw an interesting one in this final. I mean, the final game. We see Legion from both sides, air vehicles coming out. We saw a bit of Cortex, but we saw that Prometheus and Medusas do have a place, which is beating up T1. They do beat up T1 badly.
Yeah, that was actually a moment where they actually looked like they excelled, right? Like they had looked like weak into any sort of tier 2 later on, but into tier 1 they just absolutely destroyed them. Like it wasn't even close.
Yeah.
What do you think, Neb? You feeling pretty good about Legion after this? Like, what are your thoughts?
I feel good in the sense that I hope this has kind of quieted some of the concerns that people had of like Legion being so like OP broken. I feel like it was pretty clear that Legion it's not necessarily like, I mean, they're obviously not going to release it in the current state, but even if they did, it wouldn't like take over the game at all. So I think the devs have done a pretty good job of like trying to get it to fit into the game without being like, completely broken or completely useless. But I do think the T2 seem to be like not really keeping up with Armor Core quite yet. So
yeah, I mean, it's kind of the same feeling for me. I like basically what you said, what Hells said. It is just feeling like Legion is kind of underwhelming, but also it's good that they're underwhelming because they're not going to feel overpowered. Like you don't want that. You don't want them
exactly.
To feel like that.
I haven't heard a single drawback about the visuals of the Legion. Everybody I talk to like raves about how they look.
I mean, I've been pretty vocal that I hope that the other factions can be reworked to kind of meet the same standards that Legion sets, just in terms of like unit design and honestly just the creativity that the Legion team has shown. I think is going to be really invaluable to add to the other factions.
Yeah, we got to bribe these guys to go work in Armor Core. Make these older models look better, but keep like the spirit. If they can keep the spirit of Armor Core with like an update, that would be
exactly.
Be perfect.
I think there's a way to keep the parts of the factions that people love while also adding a little more like variety to the 1v1 and like small team. Actually, I guess we did see a lot of variety in small teams, but especially 1v1, I just would like to see a bit more added to T1, to be honest. I think Legion T1 is kind of peak.
Yeah.
I do think Legion T1 looks very good. It seems like it can match up. It struggles in like the middle. They don't quite have a middle tier unit like Stouts and
the rating phase of Helios, but
they seem to have a better slightly early game and a slightly better late game of the early game.
The late game and the early game.
In the middle. It's a weird position, but I like it. It's a
Yeah.
good asymmetric balance, though.
Yeah, I think something that Legion does in T1 is like with the other factions, it feels like they don't get their personality until T2, but it feels like Legion like gives that to you like in T1, which is nice for me as a 1v1 player because I play a lot of T1. So
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's pretty it for Faction Wars. I know you have some things you want to say, but I mean, I have to say it's been a pretty fun tournament, and like
yeah, I share that opinion. I was honestly like just blown away by how the games ended up going, and I obviously played in it in the qualifier. I had so much fun like playing in the meta. I think the meta, honestly, in the 3v3, it seems like it's like developing more, which is really cool. So yeah, just thank you everyone for playing. And then also I wanted to say thank you to Prodar for getting the visuals together, Volshok and Zephyr also for helping with like putting the Figma together, and then let's see, like VDB and Shadow also were helping with the background stuff, and then thank you Lost Dead Man too for casting and all the other casters. And congratulations to Casual Newbies. I don't know if you mentioned the prize pool yet, but they did win some money. In fact, all of the teams we saw play won a little bit of some prize money, so congrats to those people, and thank you to everyone who made the prize possible. Nation Wars is going to have Legion now, so that's our next big tournament to look forward to. And recently we hit 50,000 Discord members. When I say recently, I think I mean literally like this morning. So watch out for a celebration for that. And then, we have a 1v1 Legion tournament next week too. So,
well, I mean, all right. If that's it for you, I think that's it for me. I think this has been a good one to end on, and I enjoyed it. You know what? I'm just gonna leave it with that. I enjoyed this tournament. It was fun to watch.
Yeah, it was fun watching you guys cast. So thank you so much for helping with that.
Of course. Look, as most people probably know, it doesn't take much to get me to watch Bar. You know what? I'm a big fan of it. But
it's fun to watch.
Yep. Look, on that note, I think that is it for us, and we will see you maybe another time. We'll see you in another tournament. But have a good day.